وبيننا معاد لو احنا بعاد اكيد راجع ولو بيني وبينه بلاد وبيننا معاد لو احنا بعاد.
IFT is the national leader in animal health business. It has partnered with enormous multinationals in the animal health industry and has offered solutions that bridges rifts with the utmost enterprising products and solutions worldwide. In 1989, IFT Egypt established in broiler breeders with a leadership vision of animal health industry. The vision was importing, marketing, and technically backing up the best-in-breed poultry species. This phase allotted to IFT its ingenious orientation and exceptional rapport with end user. In 1994, IFT birthed its animal health operation, partnering with the world-leading originators to enrich the Egyptian market with the foremost refined veterinary products and solutions worldwide. In 2007, IFT adopted business units approach for the first time in Egyptian animal health business, which in return supported mutational growth in sales performance. In 2008, IFT started regional expansion by establishing a branch in Dubai, UAE, and named it IFT Animal Health. IFT's aspiration is to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East by offering innovative solutions in cooperation with its pioneer partners. Our vision: to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East, inducing a mutational improvement in veterinary practices with the uppermost advanced technologies and solutions worldwide. Fulfilling a mission to be customer and quality oriented, IFT provides integrated solutions along with factual technical support to its valuable customers. Geared with a highly qualified team who share the same core values, IFT serves both large animals as well as poultry sectors, and a refined cold chain system. Partnering with the global animal healthcare leaders, supplying the market with more than 60 of the world-leading brands including vaccines, pharmaceutical, disinfectants, and feed additives, aiming to reshape the animal healthcare standards in our region. IFT is the national leader in animal health business. It has partnered with enormous multinationals in the animal health industry and has offered solutions that bridges rifts with the utmost enterprising products and solutions worldwide. In 1989, IFT Egypt established in broiler breeders with a leadership vision of animal health industry. The vision was importing, marketing, and technically backing up the best-in-breed poultry species. This phase allotted to IFT its ingenious orientation and exceptional rapport with end user. In 1994, IFT birthed its animal health operation, partnering with the world-leading originators to enrich the Egyptian market with the foremost refined veterinary products and solutions worldwide. In 2007, IFT adopted business units approach for the first time in Egyptian animal health business, which in return supported mutational growth in sales performance. In 2008, IFT started regional expansion by establishing a branch in Dubai, UAE, and named it IFT Animal Health. IFT's aspiration is to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East by offering innovative solutions in cooperation with its pioneer partners. Our vision: to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East, inducing a mutational improvement in veterinary practices with the uppermost advanced technologies and solutions worldwide. Fulfilling a mission to be customer and quality oriented, IFT provides integrated solutions along with factual technical support to its valuable customers. Geared with a highly qualified team who share the same core values, IFT serves both large animals as well as poultry sectors, and a refined cold chain system. Partnering with the global animal healthcare leaders, supplying the market with more than 60 of the world-leading brands including vaccines, pharmaceutical, disinfectants, and feed additives, aiming to reshape the animal healthcare standards in our region.
خلاص اللي من
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. سعادة داود الهاجري مدير عام بلدية دبي. السادة الضيوف المحترمين، يسعدنا أن نرحب بكم في الجلسة الافتراضية والخاصة باليوم البيطري العالمي للعام 2021 والمنظمة من قبل بلدية دبي، حيث نقوم بتنظيم هذه الفعالية بشكل سنوي منذ العام 2016، وذلك لإبراز أهمية الطبيب البيطري ودوره في المجتمع، واحتفاء بأطبائنا البيطريين وإنجازاتهم. ونحتفل بهذا اليوم تحت عنوان استجابة الطبيب البيطري لجائحة كورونا. تعتبر بلدية دبي من أوائل الجهات التي اهتمت بالطب البيطري في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة للمحافظة على الثروة الحيوانية وتعزيز الصحة العامة. فليتفضل سعادة داود الهاجري المدير العام لبلدية دبي لإلقاء كلمته مشكورا.
يسرنا اليوم في بلدية دبي أن نحتفل باليوم البيطري العالمي وتسليط الضوء على دور الطبيب البيطري في الحفاظ على الصحة العامة واستخدام المعارف والمهارات العلمية لحماية صحة الحيوان ورعايته والمحافظة على الثروة الحيوانية وتعزيز الصحة العامة والنهوض بالاقتصاد من خلال تجارة المواشي والأعلاف وجميع المستلزمات البيطرية. تعتبر بلدية دبي من أوائل الجهات التي اهتمت بالطب البيطري في الدولة، حيث تم إنشاء وحدة بيطرية مع نشأة بلدية دبي، وعملنا على تطويرها لتلبية كافة احتياجات المتعاملين في الإمارة في هذا المجال، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز توطين هذه المهنة من خلال رعاية وابتعاث طلبة الطب البيطري خلال فترة الدراسة وتدريبهم بالتعاون مع الجامعات والكليات المختلفة بالدولة. نعلن عن بدء فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي لليوم البيطري للعام 2021، وندعو الجميع إلى تعزيز التعاون المشترك بين القطاعات لتحقيق أبرز الإنجازات في مجال الطب البيطري. شكرا لكم.
شكرا سعادة مدير عام بلدية دبي. والآن فليتفضل الدكتور ماجد القاسمي منظم الصحة الحيوانية الإمارات العربية المتحدة لإلقاء كلمته مشكورا.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asma. And thank you, Dubai Municipality, for continuing to hold the World Veterinary Day session like we have every year. I'd like to think back to last year when in February, I was at the World Organization for Animal Health headquarters in Paris, the OIE HQ. And I was called to expedite my return to the UAE in February, end of February. And when I returned, we began experiencing the global lockdown of countries worldwide due to the coronavirus, COVID-19. I bring this up because we are all today attending virtually, but I would highlight the important work that all veterinarians, both here in the UAE especially, and globally, that have done their part to ensure not only animal health, but also public health. We as colleagues here, as veterinarians, all understand the importance of the interface between the animals, both wild and domesticated, and human health. We work every day to ensure that not only the animals in country that produce food for us, as well as companions, animals that we keep, but also all the animals that we trade internationally are ensured of the best health that they can be, and ensure that we do not have zoonoses or zoonotic diseases pass between these animals and the public health realm. To that effect, today we'll hear from a number of veterinarians and their work in this very complex global system. But I would like to highlight the work that the OIE does, and my role as a delegate for the UAE to the OIE in terms of One Health. One Health is a very important concept because it is really the holistic perspective of global health between animals and humans and the environment. And I'd really like to champion and also congratulate all the veterinarians that have been part of the work in ensuring our public health in the UAE. We're very fortunate to have so many people working at the forefront, protecting public health with both the work on the ground as well as in the laboratories that do all the testing. And I'd like to congratulate as well all the veterinary labs that contributed to all the testing for human cases, as well as we brought all of the veterinary work in the UAE to the forefront of this cause. I'm sure, speaking to all the colleagues here today, that it's not a new thought that over the last 5 years, many epidemics and even the pandemic have stemmed from animal origin, and the challenges of managing both the animal realm as well as public health is our cause and our work every day. So I would simply like to thank Dubai Municipality again for hosting such an important event on such an important day to recognize all the veterinarians in the country and the work of veterinary medicine in our public health. And I would like to also congratulate everybody who understands and recognizes this work. I look forward to, in the future, working more closely with everybody, especially in our international trade work, as we understand the global systems rely and require veterinarians to ensure its safety for all. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much دكتور ماجد القاسمي. والآن فلتتفضل الدكتورة رولا شعبان، رئيس جمعية الإمارات البيطرية وعضو مجلس الجمعية البيطرية العالمية لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط، لإلقاء كلمتها مشكورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وكل عام وأنتم بخير بمناسبة شهر رمضان المبارك. أصحاب السعادة، زملائي وزميلاتي الأفاضل، الحضور الكريم، اسمحوا لي أولاً أن أهديكم تحيات سمو الشيخة اليازية بنت سلطان بن خليفة بن زايد آل نهيان، الرئيسة الفخرية لجمعية الإمارات البيطرية، وتحيات أعضاء مجلس الإدارة وأعضاء الجمعية. كذلك أبعث إليكم بتحيات الجمعية العالمية البيطرية ورئيستها الدكتورة باتريشيا، والتي أمثل فيها كعضو مجلس إدارة عن الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، والتي كان لها السبق في الاحتفال العالمي باليوم العالمي البيطري في آخر يوم سبت من شهر أبريل مع منظمة صحة الحيوان العالمية OIE. يتم الاحتفاء بالأطباء البيطريين، وذلك لأهمية تلك المهنة في المجتمع وتاريخها الناصع على مر الأزمان قديما وحديثا، ودور الطبيب الفاعل وسلوكه اليومي حفاظا على صحة الحيوان وسلامة الغذاء ومكافحة الأوبئة والسيطرة شبه التامة على الأمراض المتنقلة بين الحيوان والإنسان، وكذلك محافظته على البيئة. التحية والتقدير باليوم العالمي البيطري لكل الزملاء الأطباء البيطريين في كل بقاع العالم، حيث يجوبون الأرض حيثما كانت وسارت هذه الثروة الهائلة. هم يبذلون كل الجهد وكل الوقت ويقدمون الغالي والنفيس من أجلها. التهنئة البيطرية الخالصة لكل من يحمل هم هذه المهنة على وجه كوكبنا الأرض. ونوصيكم أن الأمانة كبيرة والمسؤولية ضخمة، والمجتمع الدولي كله ينظر إلينا ماذا نحن فاعلون في الخروج من هذه الأزمات، وخاصة أزمة كوفيد-19. ولهذا فشعار اليوم العالمي البيطري لهذا العام 2021 يسلط الضوء على استجابة الطبيب البيطري لأزمة كوفيد-19، تلك الأزمة التي حولت مجرى العالم. ولكي نكون قدر التحدي لا بد من أن نحب هذه المهنة ونخلص لها ونعطيها لكي تعطينا. الحضور الكريم، إذا كان الطبيب البيطري يخدم الإنسان فإن الطبيب البيطري يخدم الإنسانية. يخطئ بعض الناس في تقدير أهمية الطبيب البيطري في المجتمع الإنساني، ويعتقدون أن عمله يقتصر على علاج حيوان مريض في إحدى المزارع أو العزب المهملة، ويغفل الكثير عن الأدوار العظيمة التي يؤديها في سبيل رفعة الإنسانية وبناء المجتمع المتوازن والمتكامل والسليم صحيا. وإذا أردنا حصر المجالات التي يبرز فيها الدور الطبيب البيطري بشكل أساسي فإن الكلام يطول من دون إيفاء الطبيب البيطري حقه في هذا المقام. كل الشكر لزملائي وزميلاتي البيطريين في اليوم العالمي البيطري، والشكر موصول كذلك لبلدية دبي على دعمها اللامحدود للأطباء البيطريين وعلى دعوتها الكريمة وإعدادهم للحدث بنسخته الافتراضية لعام 2021.
شكرا للدكتورة رولا شعبان. والآن فليتفضل الدكتور بانو شدري عميد كلية الأغذية والزراعة من جامعة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لإلقاء كلمة. And now we invite Professor Bano Chaudhry, Dean of College of Food and Agriculture, United Arab Emirates University. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Asma. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone. I'm really grateful to Dubai municipality and their distinguished leaders for this wonderful invitation. It is an honor and a pleasure to share this special stage today with my dear colleagues and also the students. As Dr. Asma introduced, that I represent the College of Food and Agriculture. I'm a veterinarian, and don't be surprised if I say that I graduated around 43 years ago, and presently I'm the Dean of the only college, and I repeat, only College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine in UAE. I personally see this as an exciting challenge and also as an outstanding opportunity to advance the profession in the country. Now, colleagues, the primary focus today is COVID-19. So a very small lesson before we go forward. Now think back of another viral disease, AIDS. So the name of the disease is AIDS, but the virus is HIV. The same thing I want to translate to COVID-19. The disease is COVID-19, but the virus is SARS-CoV-2. The virus is genetically related to the SARS virus. That's why the name comes SARS-CoV-2. And just like genetically we are related to apes, this virus is related to the SARS virus. So COVID-19 virus is related to the SARS virus. Now, we know that animal coronaviruses, they have spilled over dangerously into human populations, really dangerously. And actually, in the last 2 decades, they have spilled over into human population 3 times. In such situations, management and surveillance of animal populations and their environments become extremely important. Thus, the human-animal environment interface becomes the focal point, and One Health approach of managing diseases becomes critical. And very correctly, Sheikh Dr. Majid Al-Qasmi pointed this out right in the opening remarks. And this will be the focus of my brief talk to you. Now, the thing is, we have got very little, or actually we cannot do much about disease emergence. These will emerge. But we can be better prepared to respond more quickly, more effectively, and in a more collaborative manner to minimize loss of lives and prevent economic meltdown that we have seen around the globe the past year and a bit more. We are at the forefront or the front line, just like anybody else. And we can educate pet owners, members of the public, through our profession, teaching them how to combat this pandemic. Through our work at different levels, we can impress upon decision makers around the world and out the country and the public the vital role of veterinarians in managing the disease and future similar pandemic diseases. So that's where the role of veterinarian becomes even more important. Keep this in mind, that the battlefront is not where the human population is. The true battlefront is where from such diseases originate. And where from do these diseases originate? Just like COVID-19, where from do they originate? It is the animal reservoirs and the intermediate host that bring it to humans. This origin and spread becomes vital in preventing the disease in the first place from happening and from spreading. That is where our role as veterinarians becomes extraordinarily important. Notably, disease studies, disease surveillance, and response systems required a huge collaborative effort between human, veterinary medicine, and environment communities. This collaborative platform obviously is One Health. Now we know that COVID-19 vaccine is an immunological moonshot. I mean, it's a miracle that within a year, we were vaccinated against a huge pandemic that was paralyzing the entire world. The thing is that people should know more about the complexity of producing it, because we have been a part, as veterinarians, we have been a part of all this thing. It is probably one of the greatest public health achievement of our lifetimes. Be mindful of the fact also that not much is known about the virus even now, and also not much is known even about the efficacy of the vaccine. We are still learning as we are going. So a lot needs to be done here. The question then arises, where should we as veterinarians be involved? Now, I'll give you 3 or 4 places where we should be greatly involved, or we have been involved. We are the ones who understand best that what factors influence the interspecies transmission, that means the zoonosis. We understand it best, and that's where we need to be involved. What are the most appropriate animal models for such diseases like COVID-19, so that we can test the antivirals that are produced and also the vaccines that are produced? I give you a couple of examples. Virus-induced bovine and porcine pneumonia, they can be excellent models to understand and treat pneumonia in humans due to COVID-19. So we as veterinarians should engage in research that helps in understanding the diseases as well as finding novel ways of treatment. The other point we as veterinarians should keep in mind that can new viral diseases cause reverse zoonosis? We need to play an important role. We need to focus our research on that it's not just always from animals to human. We as human can also be transmitter of the diseases to animals. Research, we should be engaged in that type of research too. And lastly, what impact COVID-19 has on the pets and the livestock population? I'm sure you all have seen some research publications coming out, but each study is just a beginning. We need to understand more. We need to do more. Now, veterinarians have seen the viral pandemic much more than the humans. I bet. I tell you, they have seen it much more and have dealt with them much more. It is not just, so I personally see that being a veterinarian is not just a career to teach and care, to treat and care for animals. It is a profession at the forefront of public health. And Sheikh Dr. Majid Al-Qasimi brought up this issue of public health, and I am again stressing on it, that we as veterinarians are indeed at the forefront of public health, protecting people at every point of contact with the rest of the animal kingdom. So COVID-19 pandemic affirms one thing loud and clear. Something health proponents in the past have been saying for a very long time, that there is a need of multidisciplinary collaboration among veterinarians, among human physicians, and public health professionals to tackle the threat associated with such zoonotic diseases. A few key developments around the world, I need to bring it to your attention because we need to learn some lessons from them. A One Health Center, the One Health concept is at the center around the world, and it is a stark realization which we in UAE also need to recognize. Key nations around the world, including EU, they have formed One Health Consortium and people are working on it. I also would like to draw your attention to a $100 million initiative that has been launched in the United States with support from USAID and several other countries around the world. We need to be a part of it. And lastly, but not the least, there is no serious initiative as yet in the UAE, as well as the entire MENA region. I've looked into that from around 40-45 countries around us, to adopt One Health as an important initiative. So today, on this World Veterinary Day, I invite you all to seriously consider, really seriously consider, the establishment of a One Health Center in UAE. It is the need of the day, indeed. And also, it is an imminent need for the future. It is a need for animals and also for human health. And it is a need for the safe society. So at College of Food and Agriculture, we have established, we have kept the establishment of One Health Center as a primary part of our vision and also our mission. So let's join hands for a better, healthier, and safer future with serious investment in One Health and biosecurity, understanding zoonotic diseases, and tackling diseases like COVID-19. I wish you a very happy World Veterinary Day, and we as veterinarians are very proud to contribute to human and animal health in general. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much Dr. Bano Chaudhry. والآن فليتفضل الأستاذ إياد حرفوش الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة التجارة الحرة الدولية لإلقاء كلمته مشكورا.
Hello, I'm delighted to be with your good selves today through this recorded video, and very glad to have this opportunity to give a short account on IFT's social responsibility. For us in IFT, we believe social responsibility to be far beyond the limited view of donations and sponsorships. For us, it's a guiding principle and a strategic resource. By definition, and according to resource-based theory, A strategic resource is a one that's valuable, rare, hard to imitate, and not easily substitutable. Then, how CSR can acquire those qualities to become a strategic resource? We believe CSR becomes a strategic resource when it becomes a guiding principle. Guiding principle means it becomes related to decisions of product choice, decisions of people and people management and people development, decisions also related to the level of concern with the society we are operating in and the industry we are serving. I would give few examples of CSR as a guiding principle that helps turning it into a strategic resource that differentiates IFT in the minds of our customers. 3 decades ago, when IFT was a small starting company, it was one of the earliest products IFT launched in the Egyptian market that was an innovative vaccine that reduces poultry producers' reliance on antibiotics. This means producing healthier food for the public. It was not easy for a small company to establish a new concept, to promote it, and to navigate through the hardship of changing customer traditional practices. But IFT adopted this because the social responsibility was part of its DNA since the beginning. Another example I could give of CSR as a guiding principle was the way we faced the problem of scarcity of human resources and talent in our industry. We thought about it in a socially responsible manner by establishing IFT Academy several years ago, wherein we recruit fresh graduates from veterinary medicine schools in different universities in Egypt, and we train them both scientifically, technically, and with soft business skills to develop a talent pool. Then we choose some of them to be full-time employees of IFT, and the rest is usually hired by even our competitors. We did not look at it from the narrow angle of avoid benefiting competitors. We believed developing the talent pool in our society would serve those young people and would serve the society at large and would also benefit IFT. A third example I could give was how we faced the problem of scarcity of marketing calibers specifically. Recently, we started internships for fresh graduates, wherein we gave them a period of temporary employment on marketing positions, and we invest in training and developing them with different training tools. Then we choose among them, we choose the best calibers to fill in marketing positions in IFT. Another example that could be given, and that's related to donations and sponsorships, but it's also scientifically focused. In 2008, IFT sponsored a multicentric study to make a surveillance of highly pathogenic avian influenza in the Egyptian market. We did it in cooperation with Egyptian universities, faculties of veterinary medicine, and reference laboratory of OIE in Italy. And the objective was to identify the dominant strains of highly pathogenic avian influenza in Egypt and to test the commercial vaccines available against it to make sure that the potency of the vaccine is enough to suffice the protection against HPAI. A similar example that was scientifically focused and socially responsible was IFT sponsoring the membership of Egypt in the FMD Engine Bank in Perprite. The idea here was to protect the investments of our dairy customers against the possibility of an emerging strain of FMD that would threaten the dairy industry, and to shorten the time needed to have a vaccine available for the newly emerging strain. IFT dedicated around €500,000 to sponsor Egypt membership in the FMD Engine Bank. We believe through these actions and through this philosophy, the social responsibility turns to be a strategic resource because it differentiates the company and it makes the customers believing in the honesty and commitment of this company to their own welfare and to the society welfare in general. We believe it was always a cornerstone of our success, and this is particularly why we are planning to retain it and to keep investing in our corporate social responsibility. I thank you for the time you dedicated for my word, and I'm looking forward to be with you in person, hopefully soon. Stay safe, fulfilled, and happy, because the concerns of COVID-19 might be not only safety, but also to maintain our fulfillment and happiness. Thank you.
شكرا للأستاذ إياد حرفوش. ونبدأ الاحتفال بهذا اليوم بمبادرة من جمعية الطب البيطري العالمي VetDay في عام 2000 لتسليط الضوء على المساهمات المختلفة من مهنة الطب البيطري في خدمة المجتمع. لا يخفى علينا جميعاً الدور الهام الذي تلعبه المهن البيطرية في مختلف مناحي الحياة، فالطبيب البيطري يعمل على استخدام المعارف والمهارات العلمية التي اكتسبها من أجل فائدة المجتمع، حيث يعمل على حماية صحة الحيوان ورعايته، منع وتخفيف معاناة الحيوانات، المحافظة على الثروة الحيوانية، تعزيز الصحة العامة، والسيطرة على ظهور الأمراض الحيوانية المنشأ، الحفاظ على سلامة الأغذية، العمل على استدامة الثروة الحيوانية والتجارة وسلامة الغذاء وحماية البيئة. نتشرف اليوم باستضافة عدد من المختصين في جميع المجالات ذات العلاقة بالطب البيطري وطلاب الطب البيطري، وذلك لضمان أكبر مشاركة وأكبر فائدة للمشاركين، حيث ينقسم احتفالنا اليوم إلى 3 جلسات: الجلسة الافتتاحية، الجلسة الفنية، والجلسة الختامية لمسابقة أفضل منسق من طلبة الجامعات والكليات العليا. التكريم الختامي. وصلنا لختام الجلسة الافتتاحية وسنبدأ الجلسة الفنية بعد 3 دقائق. We will be proceeding with the next session in 3 minutes.
IFT is the national leader in animal health business. It has partnered with enormous multinationals in the animal health industry and has offered solutions that bridges rifts with the utmost enterprising products and solutions worldwide. In 1989, IFT Egypt established in broiler breeders with a leadership vision of animal health industry. The vision was importing, marketing, and technically backing up the best-in-breed poultry species. This phase allotted to IFT its ingenious orientation and exceptional rapport with end user. In 1994, IFT birthed its animal health operation, partnering with the world-leading originators to enrich the Egyptian market with the foremost refined veterinary products and solutions worldwide. In 2007, IFT adopted business units approach for the first time in Egyptian animal health business, which in return supported mutational growth in sales performance. In 2008, IFT started regional expansion by establishing a branch in Dubai, UAE, and named it IFT Animal Health. IFT's aspiration is to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East by offering innovative solutions in cooperation with its pioneer partners. Our vision: to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East, inducing a mutational improvement in veterinary practices with the uppermost advanced technologies and solutions worldwide. Fulfilling a mission to be customer and quality oriented, IFT provides integrated solutions along with factual technical support to its valuable customers. Geared with a highly qualified team who share the same core values, IFT serves both large animals as well as poultry sectors, and a refined cold chain system, partnering with the global animal healthcare leaders, supplying the market with more than 60 of the world-leading brands including vaccines, pharmaceutical, disinfectants, and feed additives, aiming to reshape the animal healthcare standards in our region. IFT is the national leader in animal health business. It has partnered with enormous multinationals in the animal health industry and has offered solutions that bridges rifts with the utmost enterprising products and solutions worldwide. In 1989, IFT Egypt established in broiler breeders with a leadership vision of animal health industry. The vision was importing, marketing, and technically backing up the best-in-breed poultry species. This phase allotted to IFT its ingenious orientation and exceptional rapport with end user. In 1994, IFT birthed its animal health operation, partnering with the world-leading originators to enrich the Egyptian market with the foremost refined veterinary products and solutions worldwide. In 2007, IFT adopted business units approach for the first time in Egyptian animal health business, which in return supported mutational growth in sales performance. In 2008, IFT started regional expansion by establishing a branch in Dubai, UAE, and named it IFT Animal Health. IFT's aspiration is to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East by offering innovative solutions in cooperation with its pioneer partners. Our vision: to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East, inducing a mutational improvement in veterinary practices with the uppermost advanced technologies and solutions worldwide. Fulfilling a mission to be customer and quality oriented, IFT provides integrated solutions along with factual technical support to its valuable customers. Geared with a highly qualified team who share the same core values, IFT serves both large animals as well as poultry sectors, and a refined cold chain system. Partnering with the global animal healthcare leaders, supplying the market with more than 60 of the world-leading brands including vaccines, pharmaceutical, disinfectants, and feed additives, aiming to reshape the animal healthcare standards in our region.
نرحب بكم من جديد. نشكر الدكتور إياد حرفوش المدير التنفيذي للشركة الدولية للتبادل التجاري الحر على رعايتهم اليوم. أعزائي الحضور، والآن ننتقل للجزء الثاني والمحاضرات العلمية، ويفتتحها لنا سعادة المهندس خالد محمد شريف العوضي المدير التنفيذي لقطاع البيئة والصحة والسلامة لبلدية دبي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. بداية نرحب فيكم وفي مؤتمركم هذا، مؤتمر العالمي البيطرة. نتمنى إن شاء الله في هذا المؤتمر أن نخرج بحلول جميلة، حلول إبداعية ريادية تعكس أهمية الثروة الحيوانية وأهمية الحفاظ على الثروة الحيوانية في شتى المجالات. نحن في بلدية دبي نسعى من خلال فريق متكامل أن نبحث عن الأفضل والأحسن، ودائما نركز على أن ريادتنا في أن توفر استدامة هذه المنتوج اللي هو الثروة الحيوانية. وبإمارة دبي الحمد لله قطعنا شوط كبير من خلال توفير البنية التحتية لهذا العمل، من خلال التفتيش والرقابة والحفاظ عليها والحفاظ على الثروة الحيوانية وحمايتها من أي ملوثات قد تحدث. نتمنى إن شاء الله في هذا المؤتمر نخرج بعدة حلول أو عدة أفكار أو عدة أمور إبداعية تدعم القطاع الحيواني بجانب، وتدعم أيضا استدامة هذا المجال، لأن نحن بعد في هذه الجائحة اكتشفنا أن هناك يجب الاهتمام بهذا الجانب كاستدامة طويلة المدى. ونحن في بلدية دبي نسعى من خلال الخطط الموجودة لدينا أن يكون هناك برامج قصيرة المدى وطويلة المدى للحفاظ على الجانب البيطري والحفاظ على الثروة الحيوانية بالإمارة، وأيضا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة من خلال الجهات الاتحادية اللي نعمل من خلالها وننسق فيهم لتحقيق الهدف المنشود. طبعا نتمنى لكم دوام الصحة والعافية، ونتمنى لكم أيضا أن هناك تبادل أفكار ما بين الأخوة والأخوات في هذا المجال. نحن في بلدية دبي نسعى ودائما نسعى إلى الأفضل والأحسن، وندعم أي أفكار إبداعية أو أي أفكار تدعم الجانب الثروة الحيوانية، وأي جانب ممكن تساعد بشكل كبير على تحقيق الهدف وتحقيق رؤية القيادة في استدامة جميع سواء كان الغذاء أو الثروة الحيوانية. وشكرا.
نشكر سعادة المهندس خالد محمد شريف العوضي على هذه الكلمات الطيبة وعلى الدعم المستمر لأي فكرة تساهم في تطوير المجال البيطري. فليتقدم الآن الدكتورة سلام سهيل المهيري مدير المختبرات البيطرية قطاع الثروة الحيوانية هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلام الغذائي لتلقي كلمتها عن دور المختبرات البيطرية في جائحة كوفيد-19.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning everyone. يسعدني التواجد معاكم في هذا الحدث اللي يسلط الضوء على المهام الحيوية اللي يقوم فيها الطبيب البيطري وكذلك المهن المتعلقة بالطب البيطري. طبعا كذلك هذا يهدف أيضا إلى تنمية الثروة الحيوانية وحماية صحة الحيوان والإنسان من الأمراض. كل الشكر والتقدير لبلدية دبي وجميع القائمين والمنظمين لهذه الفعالية. من خلال هذه المنصة إن شاء الله راح أستعرض لكم دور المختبرات البيطرية خلال جائحة كوفيد-19 من خلال تجربتنا في المختبرات البيطرية التابعة لهيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلام الغذائية. العرض إن شاء الله راح يكون باللغة الإنجليزية. I will just share my presentation. Okay. So to start with, I will just take you back to the time before COVID-19. UAE government established the National Emergency and Crisis and Disaster Management Authority back in 2007 to manage and coordinate the emergency through the use of national capacity and capabilities to save lives and properties. Since then, NCEMA mandated all UAE government organizations to have a business continuity plan, to have emergency preparedness and response plans with simulation exercises. Also mandated to establish emergency operating centers in each organization. And when required, they also have the authority to form multidisciplinary committees or groups. So this government setup actually facilitated and enhanced the coordination between the multi-sectoral entities. So using the plans and the tools in place, which I mentioned in the previous slide, the animal and the human health sectors worked closely together in joint emergency planning and joint exercises. We exchange notifications. So if an animal zoonotic case is discovered, we notify the health sector immediately to start their investigation and screen the contact people and vice versa. So in the veterinary laboratories of ADAFSA, our normal routine work is based on a plan, do, check, act cycle in everything that we do. So annually, we develop our action plan, we decide our budgets and cascade the plan to staff objectives to better execute the plan. And we always assess and monitor our performance through key performance indicators and through internal and external audits. So based on this, we take actions to improve and the cycle will continue. The list here are some examples of our objectives that we worked on achieving before COVID-19. So we always focus on continuously building our capacity and capabilities. So that's how our normal work goes in peaceful time. So at the end of December, China announced the presence of COVID-19, and around a couple of weeks later, the genome sequence was released. As soon as the sequence was released, we immediately activated the real-time PCR test in our veterinary laboratory, and we were ready and prepared to a potential animal health emergency. So in January 29, UAE announced the first case of COVID-19 just before the WHO announcement of the public health emergency of international concern. And we joined the human health emergency response frontline on the 5th of February. The rapid planning and execution to activate the test was really crucial for early and rapid response. But of course, we had to deal with many challenges as the rest of the world. So there was a huge risk and devastating impact on people's health caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The virus infected more than 146 million people and killed more than 3.1 million around the world. We clearly saw the impact on supply chain due to trade disruption and pressure on manufacturing to meet the global high demand. We all had to stretch our scalability and speed and sustain our quality and our work. It was really a very challenging situation. All our systems were put under a real test. So to fight COVID-19, UAE implemented a mass testing strategy, and CIMA and the human health sector collaboratively formed a national laboratory network committee. The committee consists of the heads of government human laboratory as well as a number of private human laboratories. We, as a veterinary laboratory, was also on board within that committee. So in this crisis, multi-sectoral collaboration is really vital to meet the surge capacity. Our existing capabilities in the veterinary laboratories that we built over the years, as well as the lesson that we learned from the MERS-CoV, this enabled us to better respond to this pandemic. Our veterinary laboratories are ISO accredited, ISO 17025 accredited, and ISO certified to a number of standards, such as business continuity, occupational health and safety, and risk management. In addition to that, we are also an OIE collaborating center for quality management system. The other important capability is having competent staff with different specialties. So our workforce in the laboratory cover a range of specialties from pathology, virology, parasitology, genetic and molecular biology, and so on. So moving on, the technical capabilities, here we demonstrate the technologies that enabled us to detect SARS-CoV-2 and to do genome sequencing as well. We have all in one system based on isothermal PCR, which is a rapid detection system. We also have a real-time PCR setup, a number of extraction systems, and a number of real-time PCR equipment. This enabled us to work in a high throughput system. We reached, in COVID-19 pandemic, we reached a capacity of 2,000 samples per day. We were processing up to 2,000 samples per day. In addition to that, we have also the genome sequencing facility. So having all of these capabilities enabled us to better respond to COVID-19. But on the other hand, of course, we had to deal with challenges. One of the challenges we faced is the disruption of supplies due to high global demand with not enough production. The supplies could not deliver all our consumables we use normally. So it is worth noting here that our suppliers and all already registered and pre-qualified suppliers, according to our registration system and pre-qualification process. So one of the pre-qualification criteria that we have in our organization is that the supplier is implementing a quality system and the business continuity, because our sustainability is affected by the supplier's sustainability. So this enabled us and the suppliers to plan for alternatives, and we shifted to alternative sources for consumables. We already have a digital procurement system. So all laboratory procurement is done through the system. It is easy to trace and keep records and save. This saved a lot of time for us. The other challenge is that we had to increase testing volume and to try to decrease turnaround time. To do this, we mobilized more staff to join COVID-19 from our other sections in the laboratory or other laboratory regional labs that we have. So they joined the COVID-19 response team. Some staff we had to train, were trained as needed, following our training manual and procedures, and we provided a competency certificate to them. The workflow was adjusted. We adjusted the workflow to starting with 2 shifts, and then we moved to 3 shifts depending on the sample volume, and we were working 24/7. Samples were organized according to priorities. And we also increased the number of equipment. So we had on-loan equipment with the maintenance service against consumables. Some staff had to work remotely, and this was also another challenge that we to meet a challenge for us to meet the demand. So the remote staff were connected to a DAFSA server through a secure access. They were provided with laptops and their office phone system were connected and integrated to the DAFSA server, so that they can answer phone calls and they can check their emails and they can work from home as if they are in the organization. So staff working remotely were able to access all their systems. In addition to their access to the laboratory data management system, they were able to access to the laboratory data management system. So we engaged our remote staff in activities such as monitoring lab performance, KPI reports, continued procurement process, and so on, in order to reduce the burden on the emergency frontline staff. In addition to responding to COVID-19 emergency, at the same time, we needed to sustain our routine work. So we activated our business continuity plan, and we shifted our work to focus only on prioritized activities. So in ADAFSA, we had the veterinary laboratory network consisting of 4 laboratories in Abu Dhabi Emirate. As we activated our business continuity plan, we reorganized the work in a way to have one central lab focusing on COVID-19 testing, and the other regional labs continue their work on animal health testing. So routine animal samples were redirected to the regional laboratories. Our testing services are all online, and this was really important to reduce the social contacts. And we also provide service through drive-through to adhere to the precautionary measures for COVID-19. Under all of this pressure, it is important to continuously monitor the system for our sample turnaround time, to continue conducting our quality audits. But this time we did it through the use of Microsoft Teams online virtually, because we don't want to lose our quality in the work. So we also monitored customer satisfaction, which was 92% during this period of time. So we kept monitoring our performance to make sure that we are sustaining our routine work and at the same time responding to COVID-19. Of course, it's important to keep the safety of our staff. It's important to protect our staff. So we applied extra precautionary measures, including daily disinfection of all laboratory premises and offices, and having all the staff regularly tested for COVID-19, and they are all now, of course, vaccinated. The Infection Prevention and Control Unit in the Department of Health also conducted awareness sessions for our lab staff, and we conducted by ourselves awareness for lab cleaners as well. So through this pandemic, we conducted a national training on sampling procedures for samples collected from the environment and surfaces, including food surfaces, and swabs collected from food establishments, the surfaces of within the food establishments. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we tested 79 human samples. Then we moved to test animal and environmental samples. We tested over 1,000 samples related to human positive case notifications, and we tested over 13,000 samples as part of the national surveillance program, which included animal samples, environmental samples, even food handlers' hand swabs taken from the food handlers' hand. So the total was over 94,000 samples. Through our testing, we managed to detect and extract SARS-CoV-2 nucleic acid from 2 environmental samples. And we sequenced those 2 samples and deposited the sequence in the SARS-CoV-2 database. We obtained nearly a complete genome sequence from these 2 samples, 62% and 86%. Of course, we found several mutations in different genes within the sequence, such as the ORF1AB and the spike gene sequence. And the manuscript we submitted the manuscript for publication. We also participated with OIE experts, a group, to develop guidance for testing human specimens in the veterinary laboratories to support the public health response to COVID-19. The guide is available online in OIE website. We also shared our experience in emergency response to COVID-19 through OIE publication, because we believe that knowledge and experience sharing between laboratories is really important for continuous development. Thank you very much. That's all from my side on COVID, on the role of the veterinary laboratories during COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salama Al-Mheri, for the valuable presentation. That is an amazing job you've done at the veterinary laboratories in Abu Dhabi Agricultural and Food Safety Authority. I would just like to remind everyone that the live chat is actually open for any questions, and the translation is available as stated below. والآن فليتقدم محمد يوسف الحمادي من قسم الخدمات البيطرية ببلدية دبي ليلقي محاضرته عن جهود وتدابير قسم الخدمات البيطرية ببلدية دبي في جائحة كوفيد-19.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إخواني، أرحب فيكم في هاي الندوة واليوم البيطري العالمي في قسم الخدمات البيطرية، وإن شاء الله راح نبدأ العرض الآن إن شاء الله. واضح العرض إخواني ولا؟ اسمه واضح العرض؟
اي نعم، بس البرزنتيشن مش ظاهر.
لا، البرزنتيشن ظاهر ولا؟
لا.
كيف؟ الحين؟
شير، لو يستوي شير مرة ثانية.
شير. الحين استوى؟
شير ذا سكرين وبعدين جو تو ويندو.
اوكي.
وبعدين اوبن باوربوينت.
شير سكرين ويندو.
ايوه.
مفتاح.
بس حابة أذكر الجميع. تفضل أستاذي، كليك. application window.
ايش؟
ايوه وبعدين باوربوينت.
الحين
الى الان
ما استوى. الحين اسمع.
لا
شوفي لغة مندرين.
دقيقة ما ادري.
Hi. Please share your application. Don't take away your application. Please share it again. Don't remove it. Please share. We'll talk it again like we did before. Share your screen. And you go share, click on application window. Okay. Now close the event window and go look at your presentation on your computer.
Close this.
Yes, minimize this and just look at your presentation. Just look at your presentation on your desktop. Okay, all right. Add to stream.
Okay, can I start?
اوكي تفضل استاذ.
Thank you everybody for your patience.
السلام
Thank you.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طبعا نبدأ محاضرتنا وعرضنا بهذه الفيديو الجميل. Can you open the video please?
Hi, are you expecting us to open a video? Because we don't have the PPT. You must press play on your own PPT.
المهم هاي فيديو عن الشيخ محمد بن زايد يعرض فيه طبعا عطى درس.
عايشين عشان اليوم بس مباشر. احنا عايشين نأمن احفادنا مش الا اولادنا. امانه هاي في رقابنا ولا تشيلون هم. نحن عايشين نأمن احفادنا مش الا اولادنا. امانه هاي في رقابنا ولا تشيلون هم.
طبعا هاي يعني كلمة الشيخ محمد بن زايد الله يحفظه في بداية الجائحة لما طمن جميع الشعب أن لا تشيلون هم وإن شاء الله الأمور طيبة. فكانت الكلمة طبعا داعمة يعني مؤثرة جدا وأعطتنا دفعة إيجابية قوية لجميع شعب الإمارات ولجميع الموظفين في حكومات دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة للإبداع وبذل الجهد للحد يعني من الجائحة. فبلدية دبي طبعا احنا يعني ما بنطول. بلدية دبي كانت واحدة من الدوائر السباقة في اتخاذ الجهود والتدابير في جائحة للحد من جائحة كوفيد 19. ونحن كبلدية دبي في قسم الخدمات البيطرية طبعا كنا أيضا من ضمن هاي التيم أو الفريق اللي بلدية دبي قامت فيه وشكلت خلية أزمة من الطوارئ يعني لإدارة الأزمة في إمارة دبي. ونحن كقسم خدمات بيطرية كنا جزء منهم. فراح نتكلم عن استمرارية الأعمال في قسم الخدمات البيطرية خلال الجائحة، الإجراءات الاحترازية اللي تم اتخاذها على مستوى قسم الخدمات البيطرية، الإبداع والتطوير اللي يعني قام به قسم الخدمات البيطرية في فترة الجائحة، وبعض التوصيات اللي طلعنا منها في فترة الجائحة. طبعا قسم الخدمات البيطرية هيكلة تنظيم له في شعبة المعالجة البيطرية والرقابة البيطرية والحجر البيطري والمختبرات البيطرية. كما أن قسم الخدمات البيطرية يعتبر يعني من الأقسام الرائدة في مجال العمل في الأزمات والطوارئ والكوارث، حيث أن قسم الخدمات البيطرية كان عضو فعال في فريق طوارئ انفلونزا الطيور منذ عام 2005 إلى 2012. ومن 2012 إلى اليوم غير الفريق تحول اللجنة المحلية العليا لمكافحة الأمراض المشتركة في إمارة دبي بالتعاون مع هيئة الأزمات والطوارئ والكوارث. فكنا نحن طبعا من 2005 لليوم دائما نعمل يعني تمارين وهمية بخصوص عندما تكون في جائحات في الإمارة. والحمد لله رب العالمين كنا على أتم الاستعداد لأي جائحة تحصل لنا. كانت طبعا التمارين وهمية ميدانية وإدارية، لذلك الحمد لله عندما يعني أنيط بنا أن في الجائحة هاي نعمل وعدم التوقف. يعني في معلومة أن قسم الخدمات البيطرية من الأقسام القليلة أو من الأقسام الفريدة والنادرة في بلدية دبي اللي ظلت تعمل خلال فترة الجائحة وفترة الإغلاق اللي كانت في شهر مارس إلى نهاية شهر مايو 2020. والحمد لله جميع الشعب كانت شغالة، وأيضا متخذ جميع الإجراءات الاحترازية لها للمحافظة على سلامتها وسلامة الآخرين. وبما أن نحن طبعا قسم خدمات بيطرية من خط الدفاع الأول للدولة ولإمارة دبي من الأمراض المشتركة والأمراض الحيوانية، فكنا نعمل على تقريبا نفس عملنا الروتيني الدائم. فنحن نقول هل أثرت جائحة كوفيد على تقديم الخدمة في مواقعنا؟ هل تم إيقاف استقبال المراجعين في مركز العيادة البيطرية وتعزيز سرعة وكيف كانت تعزيز سرعة الاستجابة الطوارئ للأمراض؟ طبعا كانت كلها هاي عندنا استمرارية الأعمال، وكان في خطة من الإدارة العليا في القسم وفي القطاع لكيفية إدارة الأعمال واستمراريتها في المواقع بنفس الكفاءة يعني اللي كانت تحصل قبل الجائحة. فلم تتأثر الحمد لله الخدمات في المواقع، استقبال المراجعين كانت موجودة، موجود الاستقبال، وتعزيز سرعة الاستجابة لطوارئ الأمراض كلها موجودة. طبعا هاي يعني على السريع نعطيكم بعض الصور عن استمرارية الأعمال في شعب قسم الخدمات البيطرية وضمن شعبة الحجر البيطري. كانت هناك استقبال حيوانات دائمة من خارج الدولة في المحاجر، وكان في فحص لها تطعيمها، وأيضا الإعلاف كان وكانت ترش. فكانت يعني فترة الجائحة كان في فتح للحيوانات التي من بعض الدول وأبرزها الصومال ومن ثم إيران. فكانت يعني هاي السنة 2020 فاتحت خير بعد ما كان في حظر على الدولتين هاي، فاشتغلت يعني المحاجر اشتغلوا بكامل طاقتهم الاستيعابية، مما زاد أيضا من استقطاب ودخول كميات الأعلاف الضخمة لدبي ولدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لتغطية هذه الزيادة في اللي استقبلناها في الحيوانات. شعبة المعالجة البيطرية أيضا استمر العمل فيها واستقبال المتعاملين سواء داخل العيادة البيطرية للحيوانات الأليفة أو الحيوانات المزرعة، أو أيضا في تقديم الخدمات البرامج الوقائية والخدمات العلاجية في الحقل. فهاي من ضمن يعني بعض الصور اللي صورناها. طبعا على السرير العمليات الجراحية كانت موجودة، فحص وعلاج الحيوانات داخل العيادة كانت يعني موجودة، لتطعيم الحيوانات أيضا الأليفة وحيوانات المزرعة موجودة، والعمل في الميداني أيضا موجود. ويعني طبعا يعني نشكر جميع العاملين والأطباء البيطريين والفنيين في الناحية. شعبة الرقابة أيضا لم تألو جهدا في العمل، واستمر عملها في تقريبا الرقابة والتفتيش على المؤسسات البيطرية، جمع العينات من المزارع الإنتاجية الكبيرة، مكافحة الحيوانات السائبة وأيضا القطط السائبة وفقا طبعا كلها الاحتياطات والاحترازات الشخصية والعامة. طبعا هي أيضا الشعبة الداعمة لجميع الشعب في قسم الخدمات البيطرية، ألا وهي شعبة المختبرات البيطرية بقسم الخدمات البيطرية في التصدي للجائحة. طبعا من ضمنها تم ادخال اختبار لفحص مرض الكوفيد باستخدام تقنيه البوكيت PCR والتحقق من دقه النتائج الخاصه بالمختبر مع عينات هيئه الصحه، وكانت النتائج مطابقه بنسبه 100% ولله الحمد. وعليه فقد تم اجراء مسوحات على عدد 100 من الحيوانات الرفقه في المنازل والسائبه، وكانت جميعها ولله الحمد سلبيه. وهي بعض الصور اللي موجوده هنا طبعا واللي اشتغلوا عليها الاخوان في شعبة المختبرات البيطرية، ولهم منا كل الشكر والتقدير ولباقي الشعب. طبعا هاي بعض الصور استمرار العمل في العيادات البيطرية. طبعا العيادة البيطرية في الحقل كان موجود، هنا العيادة الثانية أيضا حيوانات المزرعة. طبعا شو قمنا نحن بالإجراءات، شو قمنا كجدول يعني وكتنظيم العملية، كان في فريق متكامل في قسم الخدمات البيطريه لاداره فتره الجائحه، وهو فريق طبعا متواجد من مده طويله. طبعا فعلنا في العياده هني المواعيد، حجز المواعيد، وذلك لتقليل المتعاملين يجون كعشوائيا او الووكن، والسماح بدخول متعامل فقط داخل مرافقا للحاله مع حالته، والباقي كانوا طبعا، وعدم سماح للمتعاملين دخول من اقل من 18 سنه للدخول العياده. في حال تواجد اكثر من متعامل يتوجب عليه انتظار داخل سيارته وبعدين تتصل به ليدخل. طبعا كلها لحمايتهم وحمايتنا نحن كموظفين من انتقال الامراض، طبعا المرض الكوفيد. قياس درجات الحراره كانت موجوده لجميع المتعاملين والعاملين، وعدم السماح بدخول متعاملين ذوي درجات الحراره العاليه، عدم السماح للمتعاملين الدخول بدون ما يلبسون كمامات وقفازات، منع الزيارات داخل العياده من ممثلي الشركات وغيرهم، تدريب الطلبه والمتطوعين تم ايقافه طبعا لحمايتهم ايضا. وكان جميع الموظفين يعني متقيدين بالبروتوكولات كوفيد 19 من الكمامات والقفازات والبدل الوقائيه والتعقيم واياديهم وما الى اخره. تم تقليل استلام الاموال النقديه ايضا، وبدلناها بطريقه عن طريق الجهاز طبعا البطاقه الفيزا. الحفاظ على المسافه الامنه بين جميع المتواجدين في العياده، كانت هناك تقارير يوميه واسبوعيه للاجراءات الاحترازيه وبرامج التأطير والتعقيم داخل العيادات البيطريه وداخل المكاتب، ورصد اي حالات من الاصابات بين العاملين واتخاذ اللازم وارسالها بشكل دوري. طبعا يعني هاي بعض الصور اللي احنا قمنا بها، يعني هاي الجامل اللي تكون يعني قدام الريسبشن، وايضا للاطباء البيطريين الكراسي ايضا في تباعد اجتماعي، اللافتات كانت موجوده الحمد لله. قياس درجات الحراره هني الاطباء البيطريين اقصى اليسار الشاشه، طبعا الاطباء البيطريين استقبال الحالات. طبعا نحن ولله الحمد في فتره الجائحه ما كان في هناك حالات يعني بين العاملين في قسم الخدمات البيطريه الا القليل يعني، والحمد لله قدروا يطلعون منها وشفوا يعني، اللهم لك الحمد ولك الشكر. تكلم عن الابداع طبعا، وكنا طبعا نبحث عن افضل حلول. احنا كنا طبعا في فريق التعقيم والتطوير في اماره دبي، ودخلنا بعض الافكار الابداعيه من ضمنها استخدام الدرون في تطوير وتعقيم المزارع في اماره دبي. وهذا الدرون وهذا كان تدريب عليه قبل ما نشغله مع جميع التيم والقياده العليا وقسم الخدمات البيطريه والاداره. ايضا سوينا تدريب وتمرين وهمي وافتراضي للاشتباه باصابه كلب بفيروس كورونا المستجد كوفيد 19، وكان يعني ما شاء الله ناجح 100% الحمد لله، وحصلنا يعني النتائج طبعا كانت سلبيه. وهذا الكلب الموجود هنا طبعا، وهذا الفريق اللي اشتغلنا مع بعض، والجميع كان اتخذ جميع الاجراءات الاحترازيه يعني عدم انتقال الامراض، والحمد لله كانت النتيجه سلبيه والامور طيبه. حطينا تصور متكامل لتطوير اختبار الكوفيد 19 في الحيوانات وتاهيل مختبرات بيطريه البي سي ال 3 للتعامل مع الميكروبات الخطره من الدرجه 3، وهاي طبعا الحين شغالين فيها ان شاء الله لوضع الموازنات تقريبا اعتمدت وكل شيء، وان شاء الله راح نبدا في بنيان المختبر هذا باذن الله. طبعا كان في ايضا في شعبه الرقابه البيطريه كانوا في توعيه وتثقيف لجميع الموظفين في قسم الخدمات البيطريه، وايضا كنا المتعاملين لما نصير نفتش عليهم في المحلات ايضا كنا نعطيهم طبعا نوعيهم بالاجراءات الوقائيه والاحترازيه اللي يتخذونها في مؤسساتهم. وطبعا بعد هاي فكره من الافكار اللي كانت عندنا من بدايه الجائحه، هاي من يعني اول الافكار اللي طلعت من مدينه دبي لوضع هاي الاستكرات في المحلات عشان التباعد الاجتماعي بين والمسافات الامنه بين الافراد في هذه المؤسسات. فكانت هاي يعني فكره حلوه من قسم الخدمات البيطريه. ايضا قمنا بتعقيم وتطوير جميع المزارع والعزب في اماره دبي في سكنات العمال طبعا لهم، كانت مبادره من قسم الخدمات البيطريه في فريق التعقيم الخاص ببلديه دبي، واشتغلنا عليه تقريبا خلال الفتره السابقه ومستمرين الى الان. عندنا جدول دوري لتعقيم جميع سكنات العمال في المزارع والعزب الخاصة في إمارة دبي، وهي بعض الصور. طبعا شكلت مثل ما قلنا إدارة لعمليات التعقيم والتطهير، أيضا كان في فريق ميداني يقوم بإجراء رش المطهرات والمعقمات، إضافة إلى توعية العمال في المزارع والعزب في الإمارة، تأمين متطلبات السلامة الصحية لفرق العمل الميدانية من البدلات الواقية، الأقنعة ولقطة الرأس وإلى آخره، تأمين متطلبات اللوجستية، مواد التطهير والتعقيم ومكان الرش والدرون وما إلى والسيارات وإلى آخره. حددنا المناطق المستهدفة في الإمارة جميعها اللي طبعا تواجد فيها العزب والمزارع وسكنات العمال. شكلنا فرق مؤهلة لعملية التعقيم والتطهير في السكنات، تحدد ضابط اتصال ميداني 24 ساعة نتصل فيه، يعني يكون متواجد لإدارة الفرق الميدانية، المتابعة اليومية والإشراف على تنفيذ أعمال الحملة حتى تحقيق أهدافها من مديرية القسم الموقرة، وإعداد تقرير فني شامل عن مجريات الحملة، وذلك عند الانتهاء من تنفيذها. طبعا هاي المواقع في إمارة دبي اللي تركز فيها الحيوانات، الوادي العمردي، الخوانيج، حتى مرقب وإلى آخره. طبعا في نهاية المحاضرة عندنا بعض التوصيات اللي طلعنا فيها، يعني بشكل يعني نسترد الآن أن نستمر في التوعية والتثقيف الصحي لملاك المزارع والعزب الخاصة بشأن سكان العمال لديهم عبر وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، حسب يعني يكون على طول مواكبين للحدث في توعيتهم سواء القدامى والجدد الليون. تم اعتماد اختبار الكشف عن الكوفيد 19 في الحيوانات الأليفة كخطوة استباقية ريل تايم PCR، إيجاد حل ذكي إلكتروني، أيضا نظام مواعيد مركز الخدمة. الآن نحن عندنا جميع المتعاملين اللي يحضرون العيادة البيطرية في الخوانيج عن طريق المواعيد، وذلك لتقليل أعداد المتعاملين قد ما نقدر حفاظا على صحتهم وعلى صحتنا. وفي نهاية المطاف يعني نحن ملهمنا نحن في حكومة دبي وفي دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة سمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم حفظه الله، عندما أطلق الهاشتاج أو المقول اللي قال فيها الالتزام بالإجراءات الاحترازية مسؤولية الجميع، ليس في إمارة دبي بل في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. وهذا طبعا الإلهام اللي أعطانا للحمد لله ننجح إلى الآن من الدول القليلة اللي نجحت في إدارة الأزمة في جائحة كورونا، ولله الحمد. ونعتبر حالنا الآن نحن من أوائل الدول اللي الناس كلها التزمت بالإجراءات الاحترازية، الناس كلها أخذت التطعيمات والتحصينات لفيروس الكوفيد، الحمد لله رب العالمين. وإن شاء الله خلال فترة وجيزة راح تسمعون أن دولة الإمارات، وهي أصلا آمنة مثل ما الكل تكلم وقال، دولة الإمارات تعتبر من أأمن دول العالم حاليا بخصوص الالتزام بالإجراءات الاحترازية للجائحة. وإن شاء الله نعدي المرحلة والتعافي يكون موجود جدا قريب، يعني الحين 80% التعافي موجود، باقينا 20 بإذن الله. وفي نهاية المحاضرة مالي أنا من كل قلبي محمد يوسف الحمادي يعني أشكر جميع الأطباء، إخواني الأطباء البيطريين والفنيين البيطريين والعمال في قسم الخدمات البيطرية وفي جميع أقسام الخدمات البيطرية أو كأغذية أو وتبر. أشكرهم من جميع قلبي على العمل الدؤوب وحس المسؤولية في تقديم الخدمات، وأنهم كخط دفاع أول على الضغط اللي يتحملونه. الله يعطيكم الصحة والعافية. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا. Thank you from my heart for all our veterinary in UAE and Dubai special. Thank you. شكرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر محمد يوسف الحمادي على هذه المحاضرة القيمة. والآن أعزائي الحضور، يظهر ديننا الحنيف اهتماماً كبيراً بموضوع الرفق بالحيوان، ونصوص السنة الشريفة غنية جداً بما ورد على لسان الرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام من أقوال تتعلق بالحيوان نجدها في الحديث والسنة الشريفة. ويبدو الإسلام اهتماماً خاصاً بقضية الرفق بالحيوان. And now we invite Arki Rao, Vice President of the Himalaya Drug Company, to present about the veterinarian response in the COVID-19 crisis. The floor is yours.
just shared. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, it's very clear.
It's very clear, Mon. It's clear. Got it. Hope you're able to see the screen now. Am I audible?
Yep. All clear.
Okay. All clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity once again to welcome you for the VetDay Dubai 2021. At the outset, I take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Dubai municipality, the Public Health Services Department, Veterinary Service Sections for this opportunity and for the active participation of our business partners, IFT Animal Health. As I read the aim sentence or the payoff line, the veterinarian response to the COVID crisis, somehow it takes me back to read a very important oath that our veterinarians take. And I refer to the veterinarian's oath. He or she takes an oath for the protection of the animal health, welfare, and prevention and relief of animal suffering. This is where I thought that I must read the aim line of this August celebration, and I decided to speak on a topic to link, and I called my topic as Duty Beyond Borders, the veterinarian response to the COVID crisis, because that's where I wanted to link how a veterinarian goes beyond the borders. Borders doesn't mean the maritime borders. It is the borders of all the constraint that the veterinarians have faced during the COVID crisis. And I'm taking a few cases, amazing cases reported by my veterinary friends around the world. And I'm taking only 4 countries as an example. One is our United Arab Emirates. Next is from Africa, Kenya and Iraq and Mauritius. Mauritius and Africa are the 2 African countries that I'm going to consider. The aim of my presentation is only to showcase the good work done by the veterinarians during this COVID pandemic period. And all the information is shared by our veterinary friends. And to begin with, let me bring some amazing work from the wilderness of Kenya. As you know, the moment you hear about Kenya, you know about safaris. And this is a good friend of mine, a young veterinarian, Dr. Stephen. He's a postdoctoral fellow working at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance in Nairobi. And he's doing his postdoctorals, and his subject of specialization is disease investigation. Though his subject is disease investigation, during this COVID, Dr. Stephen has gone beyond the call of the duty to help the animals. Longora means, it's a Kenyan language that means cut or chopped off. Here you would see a very painful picture of an animal where the trunk is chopped off. It is not done by the humans, but it is done in the wilderness by the hyenas. On the 18th April 2020, the team was intimated of a baby elephant, which is barely 1 month old, had fallen into a tank where it was raising its trunk for help, and the beast hyenas came and chopped off its trunk. And the team of veterinarians got this message, and during the peak period of lockdown, they all rushed to help this poor animal. The baby elephant was spotted over 100 kilometers away from the the center, but still they all rushed there amidst the COVID restrictions and the several restrictions on the social distancing and the financial pressures and things like that. When they reached the animal, they took a very humane decision, I should say, where though the animal was found in a very pathetic health stage, they all took a decision not to euthanize it. This I would call it as a very humane decision which they have taken. That elephant baby was flown, and you would see the veterinarian giving the IV drips to stabilize the animal. The animal, when it was brought, its trunk was having all kind of necrosis and with very severe injuries. And on the third day, they decided to perform the surgery for the wound management. And after the 3 months, they found that the wound was healing, but the elephant was not eating well. So that prompted them to focus on its diet. And what one could get it was the goat's milk. That was the best option which was available. And the beauty is that the goat milk was all supplied by the community, which was depending on the traffic at the safari. And due to the COVID scenario, there were hardly any visitors to the safari. So, and these communities were once again supported by the veterinarians by buying the goat milk. And would you see, this is a wonderful picture of the veterinarian caring for the animal, where on the one side there is the IV drip going on and the goat's milk is being fed to the animal. That is one of the amazing services that they have done. Another point to note is they had another 20 to 25 elephants to take care, and the people have worked in shifts to take care of this injured baby elephant. And the good news comes after 5 months, where they saw the elephant nibbling herbs which it had learned from its bigger cohorts. So this is one of the amazing cases that I wish to share with you that was done during the COVID period. At the end of the day, the animal had found a caring heart. Mary is the main caretaker for this elephant. So I must only say, Stephen and Mary, good work done. Keep up the good work. Pause this. I will take you to a couple of cases that we saw in Iraq. Despite all the odd conditions, a veterinarian in Iraq has demonstrated how he has gone beyond the call of simply a duty. And this is Dr. Mustafa, a very young, hardly 30 years old veterinarian. He also works in the Baghdad Zoo. He was informed on the 12th of June that there is an orphan baby monkey because it was orphaned because the mother had died during the labor. Dr. Mustafa reaches to the place and rescues the monkey among the baby monkey and brings it to his clinic among all the COVID restrictions during that period. Here is the caring hand where Dr. Mustafa is feeding all lactose-free milk to the baby monkey. And he has named him as Basha, and the monkey is very happy in his care right now. This is how a very caring hand was given when the baby monkey was in big trouble. Same professional, same veterinarian, Dr. Mustafa, reported a second case to me, where he said that once again during the COVID period, he came to know of a dog which was badly suffering from a screwworm infestation, and the pinna was almost eaten away, and the dog could not reach the veterinary clinic because of the COVID restrictions. And Mustafa personally reached the place to help the suffering animal. This is how the bad infestation was, and the canine was in severe pain, infection, and we had fever as well. He decides to operate. He decides to clean the infection. He decides to remove the worms, and this was the timely action taken by Dr. Mustafa. Surgery was done, bandaging was done. After 7 days of the treatment, you see an energetic, healthy canine, and the owner says he's happy too. A third case, perhaps one of the most painful cases as well, as you have seen in the past. On 17 June, they receive a call of a big cat which was abused and kept in captivity without proper caring. Dr. Mustafa and team, they reach the place, and this is how you see how in what bad condition the lion was kept in a big villa. Very difficult to handle, but still they started to stabilize the animal immediately with all possible medications, emergency medications, and IV fluids. On the second day, Dr. Mustafa and team, they decided to do the wound care to relieve the suffering lion. The day 3, further bandaging was done. Much relief was given to the animal from pain and the fever. This is how the animal has a different gait on the 20th day of the treatment. Perhaps this is one of the very amazing cases that I've seen. They did not have even a gun for anesthetizing the animal. And in such a situation, the team of veterinarians have gone beyond the call of the duty to help this ailing animal. Further, on the roadside, he finds a badly injured cat which had an accident, but it had also a tumor around the eye. Animal could not be brought on time to the clinic because of the COVID restrictions in the country. When he brings the animal to the clinic, he sees a badly injured tail because of the accident. The group of himself and his veterinarians, they start antibiotic treatment and cleaning of the wounds. Subsequently, the tumor around the eye was also removed, and you can see a energetic, healthy, blessing feline taking a smile in the slide. Now, I would come to yet another amazing team of people who have gone beyond the call of their duty to help the people in UAE during this COVID period under the stewardship of a very able veterinarian. We were talking of pets all the while. Now there was a situation where the pet owners were tested positive, and they never wanted to keep the pet along with them because of various reasons of care and concern. This is where the Pet Oasis reached out to such customers and brought the canines under their care. This is perhaps one of the most amazing services that they could have done to a family where both husband and wife, they were tested positive. They also extended the absolute normal working hours during the pandemic. This is perhaps one of the very resilient services the Pet Oasis has rendered in the United Arab Emirates. They widened the range of their pickup services and to attend to the innumerable calls they were getting during this COVID pandemic. Furthermore, the needs were delivered to the doorsteps where people were not even able to go out or afford the pet's needs. As you know, the flights were disturbed. People they did not expect this kind of a lockdown. They had left the pets under the care and the flights got cancelled. In such situation, the pets were cared for an extended period of time, not charging the owners too much. Further, not only they cared for the pets and their customers, but they had an extreme good care for their staff. No salary cuts or no layoffs while the company took all the brunt of this COVID pandemic. Next, I got another case to share with you from Mauritius. When the pets are not taken out, that's how a group of veterinarians, they got a very strange case when a dog actually jumped off the roof to go to the road because he was not being walked regularly because of the COVID restrictions, and the canine suffered a broken tibia and a fibula. This is how this X-ray was taken, and immediately the team of the doctors took the decision to do the surgery. That is where you see the post-surgical photograph here, X-ray photograph. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory, painkillers were all given to comfort the canine. And ladies and gentlemen, just I thought of sharing these couple of cases where the veterinarians have really pushed their limits to help both the animal and the caretakers as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, RK Rao, for the valuable presentation. Just a reminder, the live chat is open for any questions. And now we invite Dr. Mervet Naimat, veterinary doctor, Animal Development and Health Department, UAE Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, to present about the efforts of the UAE Ministry of Climate Change and Environment to confront the COVID-19 pandemic. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Dr. Asma, did you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, it is clear.
Yes, thank you.
Kindly proceed. Thank you.
يسعدني ويشرفني اليوم تواجدي معكم للاحتفال باليوم العالمي للطب البيطري لتسليط الضوء على أهمية مهنة الطب البيطري ودور الأطباء البيطريين، تسليط الضوء على أدوارهم المهنية والإنسانية، وخاصة في مواجهة الجائحات وتحديدا جائحة كورونا. اليوم إن شاء الله راح أقدم لكم عرض عن دور الوزارة وتحديدا الأطباء البيطريين في الوزارة في مواجهة جائحة كورونا. طبعا لا يخفى على أحد أهمية مهنة الطب البيطري، وهي مهنة إنسانية سامية تساهم في حماية الثروة الحيوانية والحد من انتشار الأمراض الحيوانية الوبائية والمعدية، وخاصة الأمراض المشتركة مع الإنسان، حيث تعمل دولة الإمارات ممثلة بحكومتها من خلال الأطباء البيطريين العاملين في الوزارة، بالإضافة للسلطات الحكومية المحلية الشريكة، على منع انتقال الأمراض الحيوانية عبر الحدود وداخل الدولة من خلال تطبيق تشريعات وإجراءات الحجر البيطري. كما تعتبر أدوار الأطباء البيطريين في السلطات المحلية والقطاع الخاص عوامل مهمة وتكاملية لأدوار الوزارة في تنفيذ برامج وعمليات الوقاية والعلاج للحيوانات في الحيازات المحلية، بالإضافة إلى دعم منظومة الإرشاد البيطري للعاملين وللمربين، وذلك من خلال العيادات والمراكز البيطرية عالية المستوى في مختلف أنحاء الدولة. ضمن جهود الوزارة في تنمية الثروة الحيوانية وحمايتها من الأمراض، بالإضافة إلى حماية المجتمع المحلي، تم إصدار حزمة من التشريعات الاتحادية لحماية الحيوانات بشكل عام وتنظيم مهنة الطب البيطري، منها قانون مزاولة مهنة الطب البيطري، القانون الاتحادي رقم 10 لسنة 2002 وتعديلاته، بالإضافة إلى صدور اللائحة التنفيذية لهذا القانون خلال فترة جائحة كورونا بال2020، قرارنا الوزاري 111 لسنة 2020. من حزمة التشريعات أيضا قانون الحجر البيطري، قانون الرفق بالحيوان، قانون الوقاية من الأمراض الحيوانية المعدية والوبائية ومكافحتها، وهو الذي يعتبر القانون الأساس للصحة الحيوانية، قانون حيازة الحيوانات الخطرة، حيث يعتبر القانون الأول من نوعه.
Hi, Dr. Mirfat. Dr. Mirfat. Hi, Dr. Mirfat. It's Madre speaking. Your slides are not moving. Please, can you check that?
I'm still working on that.
The present? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. بالإضافة لقانون المستحضرات البيطرية، حيث أن دولة الإمارات ارتقت لمراكز الأولى إقليمياً وخليجياً لتجارة الاستيراد والتصدير، تعتبر هب لإعادة التصدير من كافة دول العالم. هناك ثقة لدول الاستيراد بإجراءات دولة الإمارات لتشريعاتها والإمكانياتها المتاحة من أنظمة وآليات العمل المتطورة، بالإضافة للبنية التحتية، إمكانيات الشحن البري والجوي والبحري المختلفة والمتطورة ووسائل النقل. في ظل التحديات التي تواجه العالم من الأمراض المستجدة ومنها جائحة كوفيد التي نعيشها اليوم، بالإضافة إلى التحولات البيئية والتغيرات المناخية الجديدة والاهتمام المتزايد بالأمن الغذائي، وبالتالي كان هناك ضرورة لمواكبة هذه التطورات المستمرة للسلامة الغذائية وللتغيرات المناخية وأهمية الأمن الغذائي. وكان من الأهمية بمكان التركيز والتشجيع للارتقاء بمهنة الطب البيطري ودور الطبيب البيطري في الصحة الحيوانية، الصحة العامة، وطيلة فترة والسلسلة الغذائية. هدف من الفعالية، طبعا احنا بنشكر بلدية دبي جزيل الشكر والقائمين على هذه الفعالية، حيث يأتي هذا الاحتفال باليوم العالمي للطب البيطري بهدف نشر أهمية الطب البيطري بين أفراد المجتمع، يعتبر تكريم للطبيب البيطري إبراز لدوره في تنمية المجتمع من خلال حماية الثروة الحيوانية من الأمراض الحيوانية، ليس لا ينحصر ذلك، ولكن أيضا في دوره المهم في تعزيز الأمن الغذائي، في رعاية الحيوان والرفق فيه، في التجارة الدولية. كما نسعى إلى تعزيز مستويات الوعي المجتمعي بهذه الفعالية بأهمية الطب البيطري، تشجيع الطلبة على ارتياد هذا المجال من خلال الالتحاق بكليات الطب البيطري والعلوم البيطرية المساندة، وإبراز قيمة هذه المهنة المرموقة لما لها من أهمية صحية واقتصادية وعلمية في مكافحة الأمراض الحيوانية والقضاء عليها، وذلك لتحقيق الأمن الغذائي. ويسعدني اليوم أني أرى وجوه جديدة في بلدية دبي من الأطباء البيطريين المواطنين خريجين جامعة الإمارات. طبعا شعار الدولي للفعالية وفق ما حددته المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية والاتحاد العالمي للأطباء البيطريين يوم السبت الأخير من شهر إبريل من كل عام، للتنسيق مع الجهات والمنظمات الأخرى للاحتفال بشكل جماعي على المستوى العالمي باليوم العالمي للطبيب أو للطب البيطري، وذلك من مبدأ نشر أهمية مهنة الطب البيطري بين أفراد المجتمع. كما تحث المنظمة على الدول الأعضاء على أهمية الاحتفال بهذا اليوم ومشاركتها بالاحتفالية ليتم نشر مشاركات الدول في موقع المنظمة وجهود الدول في هذا المجال. شعار الفعالية لهذا العام هو استجابة الطبيب البيطري لمواجهة جائحة كوفيد كما تفضل في المتحدثين. هذا العام يتم الاحتفال باليوم العالمي تحت هذا الشعار. أدى استمرار جائحة كوفيد الناجم عن متلازمة الالتهاب التنفسي الحاد التاجي سارس كوفي 2 إلى تغيير نمط الحياة وطريقة الحياة وأثرها بشكل كبير على البشر بشكل عام وعلى الحيوانات في العالم. كان وما زال الوباء الحالي ناتج عن أزمة كوفيد يمثل تحدياً كبيراً للأطباء البيطريين، ليس فقط على المستوى الشخصي ولكن على المستوى المهني، الأمر الذي كان لزاماً عليه العمل بجهد إضافي لمواجهة هذا الوضع. كان مصطلح التباعد الاجتماعي الذي كان ينطبق على الأطباء البيطريين والمهن المساندة والأشخاص الذين يعتنون ويتعاملون بشكل مباشر مع الحيوانات وعلى الناس بشكل عام كلمة مخيفة جداً لتعاملهم أيضاً مع الحيوانات ومع أصحاب الحيوانات من عامة الناس الذين قد يشكلون خطراً على الطبيب البيطري في انتقال عدوى الفيروس له، ولكنه كان حافزاً للتقيد بإجراءات السلامة العامة والالتزام بوسائل الوقاية الشخصية والحرص في ذلك خلال ممارسة مهنة الطب البيطري ليتسنى لهم الاستمرار بدورهم الكبير في الصحة الحيوانية ورعاية الحيوان والمساهمة في الصحة العامة، مما يدل على قدرة الطبيب البيطري على التأقلم والتكيف والاستمرار في دورهم البارز والمهم. طبعاً الجمعية عملت جائزة لليوم العالمي للطب البيطري، وكل عام هنالك جائزة مفتوح المسابقة لجميع الجمعيات البيطرية الأعضاء. أعتقد جمعية الإمارات هي عضو زي ما تفضلت الدكتورة رولا في الجمعية البيطرية العالمية. قيمة الجائزة $3500 أمريكي. يتم الإعلان سنوياً عن الفائز من خلال موقع الجمعية العالمية على الإنترنت. تنظيم مهنة الطب البيطري. طبعاً الوزارة قامت بتنظيم مزاولة مهنة الطب البيطري من خلال القانون الاتحادي رقم 10 لسنة 2002 بشأن مزاولة مهنة الطب البيطري، والقانون الاتحادي المعدل له رقم 8 لسنة 2017، وذلك للارتقاء بمستوى الخدمات البيطرية في الدولة ومن خلال ترخيص الأطباء المؤهلين كل في مجال عمله حسب ووفقاً لنوع المنشآت البيطرية التي سيعملون بها. طبعاً حبيت أستعرض عليكم بعض الإحصائيات بأعداد الأطباء البيطريين، حيث يبلغ أعداد الأطباء في القطاع الحكومي 735 طبيب بيطري في كافة السلطات الحكومية في الدولة بما في ذلك الوزارة والجهات المحلية والاتحادية، يعملون في مجالات مختلفة منها الصحة الحيوانية، الحجر البيطري، السلامة الغذائية والمختبرات التشخيصية. قامت الوزارة أيضاً بترخيص عدد 654 طبيب بيطري للعمل في القطاع الخاص الذين يعتبرون داعماً أساسياً لأعمال الصحة الحيوانية على مستوى الدولة، ضمن مجموعة من الإجراءات لترخيصهم تكفل برفع مستوى الخدمات البيطرية في الدولة استناداً وفقاً لأحكام القانون الاتحادي رقم 10. طبعاً حبينا نبرز دور ومجالات عمل الطبيب البيطري وأدواره تشجيعاً لطلبة المراحل الثانوية للدخول والانضمام لكليات الطب البيطري الجامعية. تشمل مجالات عمل الطب البيطري أو الطبيب البيطري الصحة الحيوانية، وتشمل الوقاية، العلاج، التحصين، معالجة الحيوانات، تشخيص الأمراض ووصف العلاج، بالإضافة لإجراء التحاليل المخبرية لتشخيص الأمراض الحيوانية. بالإضافة لمجاله في العمل في السلامة الغذائية، تشمل الرقابة الغذائية على كافة أنواع الأغذية ذات الأصل الحيواني، منشآت تصنيعها، بالإضافة للكشف على اللحوم في المسالخ والمنشآت الغذائية. طبعاً المجالات الأخرى الحجر البيطري والتجارة الدولية، حيث يضم دور الطبيب البيطري فحص الحيوانات الحية المستوردة أو المصدرة، الأسماك الحية، المنتجات الحيوانية، وتقديم الشهادات الصحية اللازمة للتصدير، بالإضافة لعمليات الإفراج في المنافذ الحدودية على الإرساليات المستوردة. الرفق بالحيوان أحد المانديت والمجالات التي يقوم العمل بها الأطباء البيطريين. طبعا احنا بنفتخر بدور الأطباء البيطريين في هذا المجال في دولة الإمارات، وتم الإشادة كثيرا في موقع الدولة والمكانة المرموقة اللي وصلتها في إنجازات الرفق بالحيوان. التنمية الحيوانية يضم ذلك تنظيم مزارع الإنتاج الحيواني، ما يخص الأعلاف وتركيبات العلفية، رعاية الحيوان والظروف الملائمة له خلال حيازته، تربيته وإيصاله حتى في السلسلة الغذائية. العمل الأكاديمي، وطبعا أكبر مثال في العمل الأكاديمي جامعة الإمارات، بالإضافة إلى كليات التقنية في الشارقة والعين. الأدوية البيطرية، مجالات بيع الأدوية البيطرية سواء وتداولها سواء في الصيدليات البيطرية أو المستودعات الدوائية البيطرية، بالإضافة إلى مصانع الأدوية ومصانع اللقاحات البيطرية. من المجالات الأخرى هي مجالات ومراكز البحثية والعلمية في مجال بحوث الحيوان، سواء للأمراض أو لتطوير جيناتي وسلالاتي المختلفة. لا نغفل دور وأهمية مجال التثقيف والتوعية والإرشاد، سواء للمزارعين أو المربين أو المتعاملين مع الحيوانات، بالإضافة إلى إدارة مكافحة وتقصي الأوبئة الحيوانية، المسح الوبائي، الاستقصاء الوبائي عن الأمراض الحيوانية. بحب أستعرض عليكم الإنجازات اللي حققتها الوزارة بفضل الأطباء البيطريين والمهن المعاونة خلال جائحة كوفيد. تم بداية كان في جهود مبذولة تجاه مواجهة الحدث نفسه، الفيروس نفسه. تم إيقاف استيراد الحيوانات الأليفة، القطط والكلاب، من الدول ذات الإصابات المرتفعة بفيروس كوفيد 19 في بداية الجائحة كإجراء احترازي. في تلك الفترة لم يكن دور الحيوان واضح وبارز في نقل المرض، فكان هذا إجراء احترازي لحين بيان دور الحيوان في نقل المرض ومراجعة الإجراءات طبعا وفقا لتوصيات المنظمات الدولية، وهذا إجراء متاح لجميع الدول وفقا لاتفاقية تدابير الصحة والصحة النباتية المنبثقة عن منظمة التجارة العالمية لحين ظهور توصيات المنظمات الدولية. طبعا تم أيضا التأكد من جاهزية المختبرات البيطرية في الدولة بتوفير الأطقم التشخيصية للمرض في الحيوان، المتابعة المستمرة لكل الإخبارات والدراسات المتعلقة بفيروس كوفيد 19 في الحيوانات على مستوى العالم. هناك إخبارات تصدر عن المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية بالنتائج الإيجابية للأنتيبودي أو للفيروس في عدد من الحيوانات تم متابعتها. تم دراسة كل البحوث والدراسات الصادرة بشأن فيروس كوفيد ودور الحيوان فيه. تم طبعا إعداد بيان توعوي بتلك المرحلة. كان من المهم إثارة الأسئلة الأكثر شيوعاً والمتعلقة بفيروس كوفيد 19 وعلاقتها مع الحيوانات، استناداً إلى البيانات الصادرة والمنشورة عن خبراء المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية بهدف تعميمها ونشرها بين المختصين في مجال الطب البيطري ومع المتعاملين مع الحيوانات وبين أفراد المجتمع كذلك الذين يمتلكون حيوانات منزلية في بيوتهم. تم وضع إجراءات احترازية إضافية متعلقة باستيراد القطط، تتمثل بضرورة وجود ملحق إضافي بالشهادة الصحية يفيد بعدم اختلاط الحيوان بإنسان كان إيجابياً لفحص كوفيد 19 في خلال 14 يوم السابقة للشحن على الأقل، أو أن الحيوان قد تم وضعه في العزل لمدة 14 يوم تحت إشراف طبيب بيطري حكومي قبل التصدير، أو أنه قد تم فحصه هو نفسه الحيوان عن الكوفيد 19 بواسطة فحص الPCR قبل التصدير. مؤخراً تم حظر استيراد حيوان المنك لثبوت نقله لفيروس الكوفيد 19، وتم التعميم على كافة حدائق الحيوانات بحصر الحيوان المتواجد ومنع عرضه على الجماهير. الإنجازات الأخرى التي تم تحقيقها على المستوى الصحة الحيوانية، تم تعيين الدكتور ماجد القاسمي حينها في عام في عام 2019 نهاية العام 2019 وكيل الوزارة المساعد لقطاع التنوع الغذائي، مندوبا دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة كعضو في مجلس المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية الجنرال كونسل ممبر، ويعتبر هذا المنصب هو المنصب الأول على مستوى الدولة في وصول طبيب بيطري للمجلس. تم دعم اعتماد عدة مختبرات في الدولة للحصول على اعتمادات دولية كمراكز متعاونة أو مختبرات مرجعية للأمراض الحيوانية، حيث تم دعم اعتماد مختبر هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية باعتماد المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية له كمركز متعاون مرجعي لإدارة الجودة في المختبرات. تم دعم اعتماد مختبر CVRL المختبر المركزي لأبحاث الطب البيطري في دبي كمختبر مرجعي لدى المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية لمرض البروسيلا، حصل على الاعتماد. تم دعم اعتماد مختبر CVRL أيضا كمختبر مرجعي لدى المنظمة العالمية لمرض متلازمة الشرق الأوسط التنافسية لميرس كوفي فيروس كورونا الجمال، وتم الحصول على الاعتماد. أيضا تم دعم ملف مختبر هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية وتقديم الملف للمنظمة للحصول على اعتماد المنظمة كمركز متعاون مرجعي لأمراض الإبل. طبعا بنشكر هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية على بدء هذه المبادرة كمشروع توأمة مع أحد المختبرات المرجعية لأمراض الإبل في إيطاليا منذ فترة، والآن تحولنا من مرحلة التوأمة إلى مرحلة الاعتماد من قبل المنظمة. تم دعم ملف مختبر CVRL وتقديمه للمنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية أيضا للحصول على اعتماد المنظمة كمختبر مرجعي لمرض طاعون الخيل الأفريقي، والطلب تحت دراسة حاليا من قبل المنظمة. على الصعيد التجارة الدولية والحجر البيطري، أهم المشاريع اللي تم إصدارها هو مشروع تنوع مصادر استيراد الثروة الحيوانية الحية. كان لزام على الوزارة مع تقييد حركة الطيران ومع تقييد حركة تجارية والتأثيرات على الدول لتعزيز منظومة الأمن الغذائي أن يتم فتح مصادر جديدة أو إعادة فتح مصادر كانت مغلقة لأسباب مرضية بإعادة الدراسة، حيث تم فتح خلال فترة كوفيد فقط فتح عدة مصادر لاستيراد المواشي مثل إيران، مثل مصر، مثل الصومال، حيث كان هنالك محجرين معتمدين في الصومال. اعتمدنا 3 محاجر إضافية ليصبح العدد 5 محاجر. تم سماح باستيراد المواشي وتحديدا الأبقار الحية من جمهورية المجر. تم فتح استيراد الأبقار الحية من أوكرانيا بالإضافة للسماح باستيراد الأبقار الحية من أمريكا. في مجال الصيصان وبيض التفقيس تم السماح بالاستيراد من السعودية من مصر ضمن منشآت معترف بخلوها من مرض إنفلونزا الطيور لدى المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية، وهي مزارع إنتاجية أمهات وجدات. تم فتح استيراد الصيصان وبيض التفقيس من المملكة المغربية، من أوكرانيا، من المجر، من سلوفاكيا أيضا. بالنسبة للطيور الحية تم سماحها من السعودية، أوكرانيا، تشيك، المجر، الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، تحديدا ولاية كارولاينا الجنوبية كان محظور الاستيراد منها، وتم متابعة الوضع الصحي لحين إعلان الخلو وإعادة فتح الاستيراد، بالإضافة إلى جمهورية سلوفاكيا، بالإضافة لفتح مصادر الأحياء المائية الأسماك والقشريات والمحار من البرتغال ومن البرازيل. جاري العمل أيضاً للتنسيق مع دول أخرى للتوافق على اعتمادات شهادات صحية في مراحلها النهائية إن شاء الله لفتح مصادر استيراد أيضاً جديدة والتوافق على الاشتراطات الصحية لتطبيقها في دولة التصدير، وهي جنوب أفريقيا للمواشي الحية، السودان للمواشي الحية، جيبوتي اعتماد محجر جديد، البوسنة والهرسك لاستيراد الأغنام والماعز. أيضاً جاري العمل مع الهند لاستيراد الصيصان وبيض التفقيس، بالإضافة للمغرب للانتهاء من الصيصان. الطيور الحية تم جاري العمل أيضا مع مصر لاعتماد منشآت لتصدير السمان والبيض وطيور الفري. تم إعادة فتح مصادر استيراد كانت مسموحة سابقا بسبب مرض إنفلونزا الطيور، تم إغلاقها، تم متابعة وضعها الوبائي، تم اعتماد الاستيراد من مناطق خالية من الأمراض أو من دول خالية من الأمراض، وهي 10 دول اتحاد أوروبي، بالإضافة لفتح جاري العمل للتنسيق مع الباراغواي لسماح باستيراد أسماك الزينة. على مستوى الصحة الحيوانية داخل الدولة تم إطلاق المنتدى الأول للمستحضرات البيطرية الدوائية، وكان شرفنا مشاركة الشركات الداعمة الدوائية في الدولة ومشاركة السلطات البيطرية المختلفة. تم التركيز على عدة جوانب من أهمها متبقيات المضادات الحيوية. كان هذا المنتدى في شهر مارس 2021. تم تحديث الخطة الوطنية للصحة الحيوانية التي اشتملت على خطط وبرامج تنفيذية للسيطرة والقضاء على 4 أمراض ذات أولوية وأهمية، هي مرض الحمى القلاعية، طاعون المشترات الصغيرة، البروسيلا، جدري الضأن والماعز، بالإضافة إلى متابعة تحديثها وتحديد المراحل اللي وصلت لها في كل خطة تنفيذية لكل مرض من هذه الأمراض. استمرار عمل الوزارة في تحقيق مستهدفات برامج التحصين ضد الأمراض الحيوانية الوبائية والمعدية، كذلك الأمر بالنسبة للسلطات المحلية. المضي مع المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية في مشروعها العالمي المتعلق بالمكافحة المتقدم لمرض الحمى القلاعية، مشروع العالمي للخلو من هذا المرض. مشروع أيضا الثاني هو المكافحة العالمية لمرض طاعون المشترات الصغيرة، حيث تعتبر دولة الإمارات عضو في هذا المشروع من خلال عضويتها في المنظمة العالمية للصحة الحيوانية. طبعا استمرت الوزارة في تقديم خدماتها الاعتيادية لمربي الثروة الحيوانية دون انقطاع حتى في فترة ومرحلة كوفيد، زي ما وضحنا، مع التقيد بإجراءات السلامة العامة سواء من الأطباء البيطريين الذين يقدمون هذه الخدمات أو من المربين والمتعاملين مع الحيوانات بالتقيد بهذه الوسائل. تم تقديم كافة خدماتنا سواء من علاج، تحصين، إرشاد بشكل مستمر. تم تطوير الخدمات الإلكترونية المقدمة من الوزارة، تحويلها بنسبة 100% لكافة الخدمات لتصبح خدمات إلكترونية. طبعا جاري العمل حاليا على إطلاق الخدمات الرقمية للوزارة، وبإذن الله خلال الأسبوع القادم سيتم إطلاق أول خدمة لترخيص نشاط حيواني. طبعا بحب أشكر جزيل الشكر بلدية دبي، هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، بالإضافة إلى الدوائر الاقتصادية في كلا الإمارتين على دعمهم لهذا المشروع بهدف التكامل وتقديم الخدمة من خلال سنجل ويندو، والمتعامل في منزله يستطيع الحصول على ترخيص لمزاولة نشاط حيوان. طبعا مبادرة ترقيم الحيوانات الإنتاجية بالرغم من ظروف كوفيد تم العمل في مد مظلة مشروع الترقيم في الإمارات الشمالية بالتنسيق مع هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. من خلال كوادرهم تم تطعيم الحيوانات في الإمارات الشمالية، استهدفنا 1,600,000 حيوان، حاليا حققنا 850,000 حيوان، وجاري العمل على استكمال هذا المشروع. إطلاق نظام الإبلاغ المبكر للأمن البيولوجي، وهذا نظام وطني مهم جدا للإبلاغ عن كافة المخاطر الصحة الحيوانية سواء من أمراض حيوانية أو المخاطر الغذائية مثل تسممات الغذائية أو مخاطر أمراض وآفات الزراعية. طبعا هذا النظام نظام وطني يتم إدارته من قبل الوزارة، تشارك فيه كافة السلطات المحلية والاتحادية، من ضمنها طبعا وزارة الصحة لتحقيق نهج ومفهوم الصحة الواحدة، حيث يتم تبادل المعلومات الخاصة بالأمراض المشتركة المسجلة عند الحيوان مع وزارة الصحة، وكذلك الأمر يتم تبادل المعلومات والإخطارات الخاصة بالأمراض عند البشر المختلطة مع حيوانات من قبل وزارة الصحة وإرسالها لوزارة التغير المناخي. يستطيع الطبيب البيطري في السلطات المحلية متابعة هذه البلاغات وتوثيق كافة إجراءات السيطرة على الأمراض لحين إغلاق الحدث. طبعا أيضا تم إطلاق مبادرة بوابة مزرعتي، وهذا نظام وطني للإرشاد الزراعي والبيطري يتم فيه تقديم خدمات التوعية والإرشاد للمزارعين والمربين والمتعاملين مع الحيوانات، وحتى للجمهور يتم أيضا تدريب وتوعية الأطباء البيطريين العاملين في القطاع الخاص وفي السلطات الحكومية بالأمراض الحيوانية، بإجراءات الأمن الحيواني، بعدة ملفات خاصة في التدريب. يتم أيضا إرسال رسائل توعوية في فترات حملات التحصين. يتم إتاحة أيضا مجال للمربين لطالبين الخدمات بتقديم طلب خدمة الإرشاد أو التحصيل من خلالها.
Hi, Dr. Mirfat.
التي تم تحقيقها. Sorry,
Hi,
this
Dr.
is
Mirfat. Yes, last slide. Okay, we need to wrap it up. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. تم استمرار اعتماد المسالخ بتقنية جديدة هي الاتصال المرئي، بحيث يتم مشاهدة كافة مراحل دخول الحيوان للمسلخ، المعاينة الظاهرية، الفحص، دخوله للمسلخ، عمليات الذبح كافة لحين عمليات إزالة الأحشاء إزالة الأحشاء والجلد، ووصولا إلى عملية تقطيع اللحوم وتخزين اللحوم وضمان تطبيق الإجراءات اللازمة والمتطلبات اللازمة لاعتماد المسالخ. وهذا طبعا بناء على الحظر اللي تم في يعني معظم حركات الطيران، وحرص الوزارة على استمرار تقديم هذه الخدمة للمسالخ الخارجية بما يدعم منظومة الأمن الغذائي. تم اعتماد تصدير منتجات غذائية لأسواق جديدة مثل تصدير المحار إلى روسيا. تم استمرار تصدير منتجات غذائية اللي هي حليب النوك والأسمار لدول الاتحاد الأوروبي، مزرعة النسمة ومزارع العين في أبو ظبي. استمرار دولة الإمارات بمكانتها المرموقة في تجارة إعادة تصدير المواد الغذائية وكسب ثقة دول العالم. شكرا لحسن استماعكم. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Marvat, for the valuable presentation. And now we move on to invite Dr. Mariam Al-Khatri, veterinary doctor, Security Inspection Department, Dubai Police, to present about the detection of COVID-19 using dogs. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mariam Sultan Al-Khatri. I'm a veterinarian working at the Department of Security Inspection Canine of Dubai Police. Today, I'm proud to present our project, which is the detection of COVID-19 patients using canine dogs. It is a large-scale initiative which is supported by our leadership in the Ministry of Interior and Dubai Police. As we know, dogs have proven their efficacy in detection of various of odors and excelled in the field of medical detection, as they can aid in the early detection of various of cancers and diabetic individuals, which suggests that dogs may be able to point out positive COVID-19 patients from the negative ones in relation with the excretion of specific catabolites induced by SARS-CoV-2 virus cellular reactions. If succeeded, this initiative can facilitate scanning a larger number of samples in a very short time, as we can obtain the result in 6 seconds only, which is ideal when it comes to deploying in a densely populated areas. Normally, before starting a new project, questions may come up, especially when we're especially when working in a project where we're dealing with an infectious disease. Questions like, what samples should we use? Are dogs in danger of catching the virus? And how can we keep the team safe? When it came to these samples, we decided to go with sweat samples instead of urine or blood, for example. And in order to ensure that our dogs are in no danger of getting the virus, we decided to hold a panel discussion to further evaluate their safety with a group of veterinarians and specialists across the country. As for the safety of the team, we have put strict safety guidelines, which will be discussed as we go further in this presentation. We decided to go with sweat samples as they do not appear to be a route of excretion of SARS-CoV-2 virus. The samples are collected by placing a polymer tube or a gauze under both armpits, as this site is hardly contaminated by a positive patient. In addition, a recent study has confirmed that human sweat is different depending on the anatomical site, and the underarm sweat appears to be the most efficient in terms of organic compound turning into volatile at a normal body temperature, which is important when it comes to detections using scents. As for the sample collection, the polymer tube or gauze is placed under the armpit for 1 minute to allow the scent to saturate. And it is important to note that the samples are the initial samples that were collected in which the dog learned the scent from were all collected prior to receiving any treatment in order to avoid any interference in the scent collected. After the collection, the samples are transported to our department, which the training was held in, and stored at a temperature over 6 Celsius degrees and kept in storage for 24 hours prior to introducing them to the dogs, as SARS-CoV-2 virus does not survive for more than a few hours on a cotton or disposable gauze. This is done to further ensure the safety of both handlers and dogs. The sample is then placed in a glass jar and connected to a scent box in which the dogs can sniff through, as demonstrated in the pictures on the right. This method ensures that in the indirect contact of the dog and the samples. Coming to the concerns in regard of the dog safety, as I have mentioned before, a panel discussion was held under the title of SARS-CoV-2 and Companion Animal. It was open for the public and the media. The latest study published were brought up by Dr. Oli, the scientific director of CVRL, and discussed by all participants from different entities across the country. We concluded that dogs can't acquire the disease and play no significant role in the transmission of the disease. And even if they tested positive for the virus, they are usually asymptomatic. Nonetheless, we still prepared and we still isolated the dogs enrolled in this project from the rest of the dogs in the department. We have also prepared isolation kennel to isolate the dog in case they started showing any symptoms. And all the dogs in this project were closely monitored by the veterinary staff, and we tried to build a good communication with the handlers in order for them to feel comfortable relaying their concerns when it comes to their dogs. And of course, no direct contact between the patient and the dogs were allowed at all times. As for the team safety, everyone in this project had to take a PCR test every 14 days, and the training was held in small groups in order to maintain the social distancing. Everyone has to wear the proper PPE, and all the equipments were disinfected and cleaned after every training session, and all the samples were properly disposed. So in a summary, currently we have 38 handlers and dogs fully trained and deployed at the 3 locations: Dubai Airport, Abu Dhabi Airport, and Ghuwaifat Landport. This initiative, as I have said, is a large-scale initiative. We have 12 sectors involved in this project, and the success rate is 93%. We currently tested over 3,000 samples, and the number is still increasing, and we are still deployed in the field. By this, I've come to the end of my presentation. I hope it was clear and enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariam Al-Khatri. And now we invite Dr. Rami Hani Al-Rifai, Assistant Professor, Public Health Department, College of Medicine and Health Science, the United Arab Emirates University, to present about epidemiological characterization of symptomatic and asymptomatic COVID-19 cases. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Do you hear me?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to share this day with you. I'm happy to be with you today, and congratulations. So my slide presentation or my topic would be slightly a little bit different from the main theme of your conference. I will be presenting information or data using the human data collected from Abu Dhabi. But before going to my slide presentation, so we all know the importance and the strong connection between the public health and the animal in general, and the role of zoonosis in maintaining or in affecting the public health. At the same time, we all understand and we know that veterinarians are doing a very great job in maintaining a public health, in keeping the disease control at the animal level in terms of protecting the animal themselves and to protect the public health. So just to remind ourselves, if you see like that, almost 2/3 of the emerging infectious diseases that are reported globally are zoonotic diseases in general, and almost 3/4 of the newly emerged infections or zoonotic disease or infections affecting a human population are zoonotic in nature. So controlling those type of diseases, regardless whether they are viral, bacterial, or whatever kind of the disease, at the animal level, through vaccination, through quarantine, through any means, it means that we are protecting ourselves and our population, human population, from large number of zoonotic diseases. So if you go back just during the 15 years, during the past 15 years or even to 20 years, most likely during the last 10 years, there are so many emerged viral infections that are zoonotic in nature. We all remember in 2003, the highly pathogenic avian influenza started, and there was like a big concern about the H5N1 at that time, and the main concern was whether the H5N1 is going to sustain a human-to-human transmission or not. But fortunately, maybe there was sporadic reports about human-to-human transmission, but fortunately, we were very fortunate that this virus was not able to be transmitted from human to human. But at the same time, the fatality rate was 60% to this virus. So globally, there were 700 cases reported. 60% of them died. Swine flu, we also remember swine flu. We still, some countries suffering from Ebola, and the fatality rate for the Ebola is about 40%. Here in our country or in the UAE, in the Middle East area, we also reported cases of MERS virus, and the fatality rate for this virus is 35%. SARS as well, one of those zoonotic diseases, and also Zika virus. So nowadays we are dealing with the pandemic COVID-19, and all of us, we know that the pandemic COVID-19 started from the animals, and unfortunately this virus sustained a person-to-person transmission, but at the same time the fatality rate is still, thankfully, it's low. It's reported during the initial pandemic or the early stages of the pandemic, it's reported to be between 3 to 5%, and so far over 148 million cases of COVID-19 have been reported. Over 3 million deaths have occurred. So this is a huge number of deaths and a huge number of cases. And if you look to the fatality rate, it's about 2% out of those tested. But imagine what's going to happen if the fatality rate for this COVID-19 is 40% or 60%. So we will be losing like a huge number of human lives. So the role of veterinarians in controlling zoonotic disease and protecting the public health should not be underestimated. We all appreciate, and this role actually has become more prominent, or the people, even the general people, have become aware of the important role of veterinarians and the people working in the animal field in terms of protecting the population from many zoonotic diseases. So yeah, now I will start speaking about the study that we have done here in Abu Dhabi, and in this study we have characterized the reported COVID-19 cases in Abu Dhabi, the first cohort of the COVID-19 positive cases reported in Abu Dhabi according to their symptomatic status. And if you know, one of the major factors that contributed to the rapid transmission of the COVID-19 is the asymptomatic nature of the infection. So in different countries during the initial stages of the pandemic, it was reported that 80% of the COVID-19 human cases are asymptomatic or mild cases. And as we know, those asymptomatic or mild cases are highly to be infectious. At the same time, those cases are rarely to seek health care. So they don't go for health care, but like trying to recover themselves, but at the same time they are still keep contacting people and transmitting the virus between the people without being aware of that. So this nature or this high proportion of asymptomatic cases really contributing to the transmission of the COVID-19 and is still playing a role in this pandemic. So in this study, what we have done, we characterized the first cohort of the RT-PCR confirmed COVID-19 cases reported in Abu Dhabi according to the symptomatic state, whether those cases were symptomatic or asymptomatic. We also identified and quantified the strength of association between different factors, socio-demographic factors of the patients and being symptomatic. And another objective, we investigated the difference in the viral shedding through time between symptomatic and asymptomatic cases. So basically, we wanted to know for how long those asymptomatic cases or symptomatic cases could keep shedding the virus comparing to the other symptomatic cases. So we also quantified the strength of association between being a symptomatic COVID-19 symptomatic case versus being asymptomatic case in terms of repeated PCR testing, because we know that those COVID-19 patients were tested over many times over like a couple of days. Every 2 to 3 days they were tested one more time. So we wanted to know for how long or what's the strength of association between the time and testing positive according to the symptomatic state of the COVID-19 patients. So the data that we received data from the Abu Dhabi Public Health Center or the Department of Health. The study population was the first cohort of the COVID-19 RT-PCR confirmed cases, and those cases were reported to the Department of Health between February 28th and April 8th. So we collected information, or the information collected from those patients were related to their socio-demographic characteristics, including age, gender, their nationality, and place of work. And also we collected information according to their whether those patients were suffering from other comorbidities, for example, diabetes, hypertension, anemia, cancer, or any other comorbidities that could contribute to being symptomatic or asymptomatic case. We also collected information about travel history during the past month. So our outcome in this study was being symptomatic case, which means like having symptoms versus not having symptoms. So in the statistical analysis, we have to specify what's the outcome. Here, the outcome, like the comparison group, is being asymptomatic compared to symptomatic. When I explain in the results, you will be able to understand this one in much more details. We at the same time we have to have a clear definition for the outcome, which is the symptom. So a symptom was defined as the existence of any apparent feature or features indicating to the condition of the disease. And the apparent features could be, but we're not limited to, for example, if the patients had a fever, cough, headache, shortness of breath, or losing smell or appetite, this is considered symptomatic case, regardless on the number of the symptoms. Some of the patients were suffering from more than one symptom, some of the patients were suffering or presenting with one symptom, and so on. So information on the symptomatic state was collected at the time of the collection of the first RT-PCR. So the first time the swab collected from the patients, they were asked what kind of symptoms they are suffering from. So we did like the necessary statistical analysis in terms of the descriptive analysis, the multivariable analysis. Also, we have plotted what's called Kaplan-Meier curves. You will see this curve, and this curve will tell us about the cumulative number or the cumulative proportion of patients who were positive to COVID-19 according to their symptomatic status over the time. So moving to the results section. So during this period or the study period, which was from end of February to the first week of April, so there were 1,249 confirmed COVID-19 cases. For them, we excluded 459 because there was no information collected about their symptoms. We ended up with 791 cases, and among those 791 cases, there were almost 44% of them, they were asymptomatic. They were COVID-19 positive, PCR positive, confirmed PCR positive, but they were asymptomatic, which means they were completely looking healthy people. And the rest of the population, they were symptomatic. So we are speaking about almost half of them, they were asymptomatic. And imagine that those half of them, they were asymptomatic, not showing any symptoms, but at the same time, maybe not guaranteed dealing with other people and transmitting the virus to the healthy people. So the distribution or the most common symptoms that were reported among those who were symptomatic to the COVID-19, as we know from the literature, from the news, fever, cough, and sore throat were the most common symptoms among those who were symptomatic. And when we looked at the when we compared the socio-demographic characteristics of those who were asymptomatic compared to those who were symptomatic, so our results showed that those who were symptomatic were significantly or statistically significantly older than those who were symptomatic, and the difference in the mean age was almost 2 years. There were also significant changes or significant difference in the proportion of the symptomatic COVID-19 patients compared to the asymptomatic COVID-19 patients in terms of the place of work. So if you see here, for example, more symptomatic people were working in the aviation and tourism services sector compared to the asymptomatic COVID-19 patients. And also the symptomatic COVID-19 patients were more likely to be working in the healthcare settings compared to the asymptomatic COVID-19 patients. So when we looked at the chronic comorbidity and travel history profile of the COVID-19 RT-PCR confirmed cases, so we found that those who were symptomatic, showing or presented with symptoms to the COVID-19, were more likely, or the proportion was higher among those who were having at least one comorbidity. So basically, those who were suffering from diabetes or hypertension or any chronic comorbidity, they were more likely to present or to be presented with the symptoms to the COVID-19. So we also compared the proportion of the asymptomatic and symptomatic COVID-19 patients according to the PCR testing round. As I mentioned earlier, so the same patients were tested more than one time. They tested like a fourth time actually. So in the second round of the PCR testing round, the symptomatic patient, the proportion of the symptomatic patients who tested positive in that round was much higher than the proportion of the asymptomatic. But if you see, we still we have a high proportion of the asymptomatic patients tested positive in the second round. So all of the asymptomatic patients, or the proportion of the symptomatic patients tested positive to the COVID-19, was higher compared to the asymptomatic patients in every single round. But like if you notice here, if you see like in the fourth round, which was about, just let me go back to the slide, sorry. So in the fourth round, which was about 8 days after the first round, we still have almost 1/3 of those who were asymptomatic testing positive. So those who were asymptomatic, they kept testing positive for a long period of time, which 8 days. So now we looked at the factors from the statistical point of view. We quantified this difference between the symptomatic and asymptomatic. So we wanted to quantify the strength of association between the place of work and being symptomatic COVID-19 case, and compared to those who were not working. For example, compared to those who were staying home, like housewives, like retired people. So those who used to work in public places, in healthcare settings, and in aviation and tourism services, they were more likely to showing symptoms compared to those who were not working. And this association is, after adjusting for other confounders or other characteristics, because we know there are some variation between the people. So we have to, in the statistical analysis, we have to adjust for this variation. So after adjusting this significant association between working and compared to not working and being symptomatic COVID-19 case is maintained its significance. And when we quantified the strength of association between like having at least one comorbidity and being symptomatic, we found that those who had at least one comorbidity, either diabetes, hypertension, or whatsoever any of the comorbidities, we found those people are 76% at higher risk of showing symptoms to COVID-19. Of course, showing symptoms, it means like a more advanced stage of the disease. People who are showing symptoms, it means like the virus is working well inside their body, so they are showing symptoms. But people who are not showing symptoms or asymptomatics, it means that their body is immune enough and they are strong enough to fight the virus, but still infectious, so they can't transmit the virus from one person to another person. So this is the Kaplan-Meier, we call this one the Kaplan-Meier curve, which shows like the difference in the proportion of the people who were testing positive over the time, comparing symptomatic with the asymptomatic. And if you see over the time, the proportion of the positive COVID-19 patients testing positive COVID in the PCR were more likely to be symptomatic. So again, I would like to emphasize on this point, although the people were asymptomatic, but like 1/3 of them, they kept testing positive almost on average up to 8 days, but many of them, they kept testing positive even to about 14 days. Okay. So this is also another way to express the magnitude of the magnitude of association between being symptomatic compared to being asymptomatic and testing positive. So those who were symptomatic in the first round or in every single PCR testing round, as you see, this is the odds ratio and adjusted odds ratio. And if you are unfamiliar with the odds ratio usually is a statistical measurement. It's give us like the chance of having the event compared to in exposed compared to non-exposed group. So here we have the comparison group is the asymptomatic people, and the outcome here is testing positive. So we have those people who were symptomatic and testing positive compared to being asymptomatic and testing positive were more likely to test positive in every single PCR testing round. So moving to the discussion part of this slide presentation. So 44%, this represents like 4 in every 10 COVID-19 patients in Abu Dhabi in the early stages of the pandemic showed no symptoms. This is not an easy number. This is not a low proportion of the people who were asymptomatic, but at the same time testing positive. And this proportion of asymptomatic cases is higher than the previously reported asymptomatic proportion in several settings. For example, Colombia, Diamond Prince, Republic of Korea, and so on. But actually, this observed high proportion of asymptomatic COVID-19 cases in the UAE is something positive. Why? Because this high proportion of asymptomatic cases is merely attributed to the expanded active tracing and screening activities implemented by health authorities in the UAE. And all of us, we know that UAE has done and still doing a great job in terms of mass screening to identify those asymptomatic cases and positive, or generally to identify those positive cases and to take the proper public health measurement and action in order to protect the public. So this high proportion of asymptomatic cases is really attributed to the mass screening and to the great efforts done by the country to identify the cases, the positive cases, the carriers as soon as possible, to quarantine them or isolate them in order to protect the public. So UAE is one of the leading countries in mass testing and contact tracing. I looked at the statistic yesterday, and by yesterday, the UAE has like performed almost for 43.5 million tests, in comparison to the total population here. This is equivalent to more than 4 million tests per 1 billion population. This is one of the top countries in the world in terms of testing. So positivity to COVID-19 over time. So fourth PCR testing round was done after an average of 8 days after the first PCR testing round, and we observed that 1/3 of those asymptomatic cases tested positive. As I mentioned, this is a very important point, and actually this justifies why we have to test the population, to have mass screening and testing and take a proper action for those who are testing positive in terms of quarantine and isolation in order to protect the public. And this finding, this is like evidence-based finding using data from local settings from UAE, justifies what's going on in terms of mass screening and mass testing, and also it like send an international message or strengthen the general observation or the general findings that mass screening, testing, isolation, quarantine is very important to control such kind of highly transmissible viruses or pandemic. So with regard to the chronic comorbidities and symptoms, this is in line with what has been reported in the literature in terms of if you remember, in the early stages of the pandemic, the WHO announced that people who are suffering from diabetes or hypertension or any chronic comorbidity are the high risk group, and that's why when the vaccine comes, that's why they prioritize this high risk group to be vaccinated first, because they are the susceptible group to this kind of virus. Those people who are suffering from chronic comorbidities, their immune system is weak enough, to defeat the virus. That's why they are more likely to show symptoms and to suffer more from the disease compared to the healthy people. So in conclusion, and what's the conclusion and public health significance of this study? So as I mentioned, but I reiterate on this point because it's very important, which is like mass testing and screening led to identifying a substantial proportion of the asymptomatic COVID-19 cases in the Abu Dhabi Emirate during that study period. Working in closed public settings, with a higher likelihood of exposure and re-exposure to confirmed or potential virus carriers or suffering from at least one chronic comorbidity were independently positively associated with the presenting symptoms to SARS-CoV-2 exposure. This is also a very important findings because we have to identify the high-risk population. We have to protect the people working in the closed public settings, and that's why nowadays we see that mask is strictly mandatory to be wear in the closed public settings like malls and so on, because there's an evidence, scientific evidence, those people working in those or customers in those closed places are at high risk of contracting the virus. I would like to seize this opportunity. This is the end of my slide presentation, but at the same time, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank all the frontliners, either veterinarians or medical doctors, because all of us are frontliners. You are frontliners in your field because you are protecting the people before the virus or the disease move to the population. You are frontliners, so you are doing a great job. And also medical people working in the hospitals, in the testing stations, all of them are frontliners. So our gratitude extended to them. And also this is my colleagues who contributed to this study. This study has been recently published in the PLOS ONE as a peer-reviewed study. So there are many information, other statistics, other findings in this study, and this is very important because the data used in this study is from the from local setting, from the UAE. So this is considered as evidence-based findings using data from local setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rami, for the valuable presentation. And now we will take, I think we have a group photo for all the presenters so far. So I'd like everyone to open their cameras. So far we have Dr. Rami along with Dr. Mervat, as well as Dr. Mariam Al-Khatri, Arki Rao as well from the Himalaya, Muhammad Yusuf if possible. Yeah, so I think only Muhammad Yusuf is
Muhammad
left.
Yusuf is trying to enter, so
Yes.
please can Allah Muhammad leave the backstage area so that there's space for him. Thank you so much. All right, we'll count down and then you look at the camera and smile. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We will be moving on to some of the experiences of our, let's say, students as well as graduates. And so, Dr. Wadima Mutar Al-Zahri would like to invite her to present about the experience of a new vet in Dubai Safari Park during the COVID-19 pandemic. The floor is all yours, Dr. Wadima. We'll be waiting for Dr. Wadima to present.
Okay, am I showing?
Yep, all clear.
Thank you, Esma.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Wadima Al-Zahri. I'm a veterinary doctor in Dubai municipality. I'd like to thank Dubai municipality for setting up this amazing event and celebrating veterinarians all around the world. I'd like to start my presentation. Sorry, just trying to figure out how to share the presentation. Okay. Asma, please let me know if it's showing properly.
It is actually. There you go.
Okay, wait, I'm not able to slide. Okay, now it's a slideshow, right?
Yeah, good to go.
Okay, great. So I'll start this presentation in a very odd way that might seem not related to my presentation title, which is Experience of a New Veterinarian in Dubai Safari Park during the COVID-19 pandemic. But I promise you that it will make sense later on. Why can't I? Okay. So the outline of my presentation, I'd start with an introduction about myself, and then the various training I had. I'd like to talk later on about being a veterinarian during a pandemic, and then cover the COVID-19 crisis, and then have a brief talk about the Dubai Safari Park and being a wildlife vet during the pandemic, and end it with a conclusion. As an introduction, I'm a veterinary doctor who previously worked in the veterinary clinic in Al Khawanij, and I'm currently working in Dubai Safari Park. I have graduated in the year 2019, and unfortunately and fortunately, my first practice as a veterinarian in my job was during the pandemic. I have received 7 years of diverse education and practicals, and I'd like to share some of these moments with you that will make sense later on. In 2016 and 2017, I had practical training in the University of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine, where I had received a 2-week course in tick taxonomy. And also I have joined a parasitology camp in the Danube Delta River. In 2017, I went to the Czech Republic with my colleagues, of course. This was set up by our university. We had a pathology and parasitology course for 3 weeks. In 2018, I have volunteered for the Worldwide Veterinary Services in India, where I have practiced my surgical skills in an ABC program and controlled rabies, of course. And also in 2018, I have volunteered in the Cheetah Conservation Fund to help confiscated cheetah cubs from the illegal wildlife trade in Somaliland, Hargeisa. And 2018, we all went to the University of Veterinary Medicine in Budapest, where we had our practical training as veterinarians in their university and hospital. And in 2018, as part of my externship, I have went to Greece in the companion. I have practiced my externship in the companion animal hospital. As you can see, there is this very interesting case where I had rotation in various sections, and one of them was physiotherapy. As you can see, the German Shepherd on that ball in the picture. Apart from the international training, I also had training in the UAE, such as in Al Ain Zoo and the Shiba Veterinary Clinic. One of the amazing clinics that I've been to as well and practiced my journey was Cloud9 Pet Hotel. And finally, when I was being recruited to be a veterinarian, every veterinarian must go through an internal training that was set up by Dubai municipality, where we had to rotate during the different departments. And here are some pictures, as you can see. Now, so I have shared some of these personal experiences just to showcase that veterinarians are always prepared for any situation, because during our entire career, we are placed in multiple situation settings that prepare us for the worst. Situation that makes us step out of our comfort zone, but still pursue that one goal, which is saving or improving an animal's life. Now, I'm not saying all veterinarians had the exact same experiences as I did, but I'm pretty sure every veterinarian was placed in similar situation and had those very challenging experiences that made them improvise and work with whatever they had of limited resources. So when the COVID-19 pandemic hit us, yes, it wasn't a pleasant experience, but many of us got affected negatively, but we still managed to work through it. So in a summary, all the training and experiences we get as veterinarians prepare us and shape us into resilient veterinarians that can overcome difficult times from that of this current COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I already mentioned that I'm currently working for Dubai Safari Park, and this is just a brief introduction about the park itself. It's a great initiative that was planned in 2003 and established in 2015. It is currently housing around 6,000 diverse animals. Of that, as you can see, 110 of birds and 32 ungulates and so on. Regardless of the major setbacks the pandemic brought on, Dubai Safari Park managed to open its gates to the public on the 5th of October last year, and within a month period, it had more than 3,000 visitors. However, the virus SARS-CoV-2 remains a concern, as it has been confirmed in several resources that wildlife can be affected by it, such as the tigers in Bronx Zoo. And when dealing with a single wild animal, you have to understand that multiple individuals are usually involved, such as the zoologist, the animal keeper, the vet team, management, and etc. Now, as a new veterinarian in the park, I have received adequate training in the different sections of the park, like the quarantine, the inpatient intensive care unit, outpatients, the laboratory, and necropsy. And it lasted about 3 to 6 months till I was able to take on cases as a veterinarian. Now, all of this happened during the COVID-19 crisis, but as I mentioned earlier, veterinarians are made resilient for a reason. We serve as a first-line defense, which means we still had to work on site. Working from home was not an option, but to reduce any type of exposure, we had to stick to having a rotation system. So instead of having, for example, 2 vets on one shift, it was 1 vet. We followed the WHO rational use of personal protective equipment to ensure our safety. And one of the major challenges was to combat the pseudoscience on social media that terrified everyone, especially the ones that are not into the medical field. So veterinarians were also educators, because we had to explain to the people who were working with those animals that animals aren't the culprit, for now at least. And most importantly, the COVID-19 crisis forced us to work with limited resources due to the major economical setbacks. So as a veterinarian, we should and must ensure the safety of ourselves first, and then we have to ensure the safety of our nurse or handler, and ensure the safety of the owner or the animal keeper, and finally the animal itself. And this applies to all the situations, not strictly to the COVID-19 pandemic. So what it means to be a wildlife vet during a pandemic. Teamwork is super essential when working with wildlife, because it's almost impossible to operate on any wild dangerous animal by yourself. Therefore, social distancing was not always applicable, as you can see in this picture with the cheetah. There is one veterinary surgeon, there is one anesthesiologist, there is one vet nurse, there's one keeper, and one monitoring the IV fluid. We also had to postpone our preventive medicine programs due to the lack of manpower. Unfortunately, our lab technicians tried their best to provide any type of testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus at the time, but it wasn't available as the virus was still novel. And of course, we almost always had to favor darting to minimize the use of manpower. As you can see here, some of the sambar deer darted, and this is a picture of myself training to use a blowpipe. So as a wildlife vet, we still operated as normal. We came very early in the morning to carry our veterinary procedures, and later on, animals can be displayed for the visitors. And as a wildlife vet in a zoological setting, regardless of the situation, whether there is a pandemic or not, to protect your collection, management is always the key. That keeps the animal safe and free from infectious diseases, and also the visitors satisfied. Now, by management, I mean there should be regular disinfection, proper nutrition, and husbandry. There should be efficient reporting system, meaning that the keeper should know their animals so well to report any slight changes to us. And finally, routine checkups carried by us to rule out any illnesses. Now, as a conclusion, here are some tips I share through my social media accounts about the COVID-19. So what we know today might not be what we know tomorrow. The medical scientific field are an ever-changing disciplines. So what is published today might be false tomorrow or further investigated to make a different consensus. You should understand that based on the most recent studies, the relation between animals and the SARS-CoV-2 virus is more of anthropognosis rather than zoonosis. In simple words, humans can transmit the virus to the animals occasionally, and not enough evidence is present to support if animal can serve as a source of transmission to humans. Best advice always is that should be emphasized is to maintain personal hygiene and environmental hygiene when dealing with animals and also humans, as not only in the current pandemic setup, but you should already be aware that there is a lot of zoonotic agents out there, whether it's fungal or parasitic, that can be transmitted from animals. Finally, news are not a specialized platform for medical news. So if interested, you must always visit reliable or appropriate platforms to read more about anything related to health and medicine, such as the WASAVA, OIE, and etc. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to congratulate all the veterinarians out there for their marvelous work.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wadim Al-Zahri, for the very interesting presentation indeed. And now we will be actually moving on to Maytha Jamal Abdullah, Veterinary Service Section in Dubai Municipality. to present about her experience as a new vet graduate during COVID-19 pandemic in Dubai municipality.
So, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. I will share my screen now.
Yeah, all clear.
All clear. Okay. So, the topic of my presentation is the experience of a new veterinary graduate during the COVID-19 pandemic. I will be starting by speaking about my childhood, education, working as a vet. Being a vet is rewarding, yet is very challenging. You must deal with different species, different diseases, and various environments. Childhood. Passion was present since childhood. Love of animal, interest in animals was rooted in us from a young age. It was a dream that turned into reality. Education. So, studying veterinary science or any major that is related to animal science is very necessary in a society. UAE provides several opportunities for citizens. Vet science is available in higher colleges of technology, as I graduated from Sharjah branch. So my studying experience was quite good. The main goal in our college was learning by doing, as the training was throughout the 7 Emirates as well as outside the country, including private clinics, municipalities, ministry and abattoirs and so on. So how can I help with my degree? Veterinary science degree. I can examine animals to assess their health and diagnose problems, treat and dress wounds. I can work as an inspector, meat inspection, as well as inspection in veterinary institutions. I can spread awareness among the customers, and I can collect also some kind of samples. So, I would like to clarify that I worked for some time in the control unit, as well as other time in the therapeutic unit. What I gained actually from the control unit is inspection skills on veterinary institutions. As you can see here in the picture, I was inspecting with my seniors and colleagues. I also learned how to recognize between the good practices and the best practices. Okay, moving on to the therapeutic unit, I gained how to contribute to decrease the morbidity rate. As you can see here, I was working in the field to treat animals. This job gave me the opportunity to apply my studies. For example, animal disease and prevention. As we learned in the college, we have to prevent the actual disease. How? As you can see in the picture here, the vaccine gun. So the vaccination will also help in preventing the actual disease. Being a professional practitioner in several ways. How? In which directly dealing with the animal and treating it, as well as staying in connection with the owner by giving them advices. As you can see also here in this picture, here is my senior. We were in one of the farm in Al Rawir area with our client. Another skill is animal health and care awareness, or as we can say, veterinary counseling. This unit works to give some advices and for the owners and pet customers. This new services provide advice to how to take care of an animal. And here is some of the team member. Time management. So I learned how to manage my time in the field, in the office, and doing meetings with other staff. Learning is part of the job, as this position taught me lifetime learning does not stop. New cases, new diseases every single time. And here is one of my seniors who is always teaching me new things. Facing the big challenges. As I said, new diseases, new cases every time. Working as a vet is quite challenging. It's different than routine work. You have to deal with different farms and different management of the farm. Linking between animal health and its environment is quite challenging. A large part of being a vet means that you should work with all your senses and see the problem from all the directions, because you are dealing with a speechless creature who can't tell you where is the actual pain. Dealing with different type of customers is also challenging. Their customers are not educated or don't have that much of background in how to deal with an animal. But with the right way of giving them advices and dealing with them in a professional way, they will listen to you. COVID-19 pandemic. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, I was working with the veterinary control unit. The first 3 months of COVID-19 pandemic, there was a campaign, awareness campaign, throughout the control unit to spread awareness among the veterinary institutions and veterinary private clinics. So the total amount of veterinary institutions was 758 and 53 veterinary clinics. How we spread awareness in COVID-19? By communicating through email, phone calls, and spread awareness posters. Here is an example of one of the posters that we shared. Also, we shared some kind of ideas for the private clinics and pet shops. Here is one example that could attract the customer attention. It's like a sticker that says, keep a safe distance of 1.5 meters to protect yourself and others. And here is the idea applied in Pet Zone private clinic. Also, we shared another idea, which is line sticker that could help when it comes to payment or cashier section. Also, one person was only allowed in the consultation room. As you can see here, this is another private clinic who applied the idea, ring the doorbell, only one person is allowed, use hand sanitizer, wear a face mask, no children was allowed during that time. So there was 2 documents that I shared to the private clinics as well as the pet shops. One of them was mandatory, the other one was optional. This is the optional document. It is like a questionnaire. This was during the first 3 weeks of COVID-19. These questions will help in the customer's safety. Here is the idea applied in Game Veterinary Clinic in Al Jumeirah. Okay, the mandatory document was a normal cleaning and disinfectant monitoring form. It was sent to most of the veterinary hospitals and the veterinary activities shops. To conclude, to all my colleagues, all the students, everyone who's watching me. The responsibility is very huge. Treating animals is not only a hobby, but it's a humanitarian job. Thank you for your efforts, for your being brave. You're setting an amazing example. Thank you for being a hero.
Thank you, Maytha Jamal Abdullah, for the valuable and very interesting presentation indeed. I would like to take a group photo of all the students, the graduates, along with the students, if possible. If you can turn on your cameras, please. I think, yeah.
Who else needs to be in the session? I think Zahid was here, but he left. We'll
Exactly.
just pop him in later. Okay.
There is Saeed, and there is Roda Shamsi as well.
Roda's not here. So we will just pop them in. So let's take a photo. I'll just keep me as a placeholder. And everyone smile. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. There we go. All right. Thank you so much. We can continue.
So going on, Roda and Saeed are not here, are they?
No, apparently some of them were writing exams. So I'm not sure if these are the people. No, Zahid was here earlier, so I'm sure he would have been here. I don't know where he's gone.
Okay, cool. So for now, I'd like to tell you about the posters, the competition we have actually.
Sorry.
Yeah, let me say this in Arabic. ننتقل الآن إلى المسابقة التي تنظم سنويا وتهدف إلى تشجيع البحث العلمي لدى الطلاب، وقد تقدم هذا العام العديد لهذه المسابقة. تم ترشيح عدد 4 بوسترات. يمكنكم التصويت على الأفضل من خلال زيارة المعرض ومسابقة أفضل بوستر. And so everyone can actually go on and visit the exhibition, to the posters area, so that you can actually vote of whatever you actually prefer, 1 out of 4 posters, which is a competition that is actually repeated every year. These, as shown, are the posters. So what we will actually do is let each student talk about their posters for 1 to 2 minutes maximum. That would actually be enough. And if anyone has any interest, any questions, you can go on and write it in the live chat. Okay, so you can choose 1 of 4 posters, and you can write that as well in the live chat, please. Should we start with the students presenting about their posters? Sheikha is actually available, one of the students. She will be discussing her poster. 2 minutes would be more than enough. If Maytha and Roda and Saeed are here, we'll do that as well. Okay, cool. So we'll start with Sheikha presenting about her poster, and then we'll move on to Dawood. Hello, Sheikha. Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
Sheikha, your sound, we cannot hear you on your sound. Please, can you acknowledge, can you try again, and also tell us which poster title is yours?
That is not it, actually.
show the next one, Praveen.
Yeah, this is the one. Sheikha, can you hear us? Yeah, please unmute your
أسماء تسمعيني؟
نعم.
Okay.
Hello, Sheikha. You can just explain briefly about the poster and we'll move on to the next poster.
Yes, sure. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Sheikh Naimi, a veterinary medicine student. I will present to you my poster. It's about camel brain vascular system. Camels have numbers of adaptation mechanisms that help them to survive in dry and hot climate. This poster is a study focused on anatomical adaptation. I worked with Dr. Ahmed Al-Ayan to dissect the camel brain. We collected around 40 camels' head from slaughterhouse. We identified different structure on the brain. The result found camel cool their blood in the 3 reties. For the time, I will talk about one of them is carotid rete. As we see here, the red picture under the arrow is the area of the carotid artery divided in the network of small blood vessels posterior to the brain. This network is contact with another network of a small venulus. The heat transferred from the warmer arterial to the venous blood cooled by respiratory evaporation. After this heat exchange, the blood entering the brain is cooler than the body temperature. In this work, Dr. Ahmed identified a new arteries pull to the carotid rete, and this makes the camel more tolerant than the other animals to the dry and hot weather. So the brain cooling is the adaptation protect the brain when the body temperature increase. By cooling the brain, that help the camel to survive in high temperature. Also, the cooled blood help in water conservation. I can see that my time is up. I just end my simple presentation of my poster.
هذه الجلسة مع
كلمة الختام من رئيس اللجنة رئيس قسم الخدمات البيطرية مدير قسم الخدمات.
الحين إن شاء الله داود will be presenting about his poster and everyone will be given 3 minutes let's say to vote and then تكريم بسيط لجميع البوسترز.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بما أن البوستر مش واضح من اللايف فبتشوفه من التلفون. Anyway, my name is Daoud. I'm a student at Higher Colleges and Technology. I'm a senior vet science. Inshallah, I will graduate like this semester after 2 weeks. Our senior project was about aflatoxin survey in poultry feeds in Sharjah at UAE. As an introduction, I'll first introduce you to aflatoxin. What does it mean? Aflatoxins are one type of mycotoxins. It's a fungi species that affects the animal feed and human feeds as well. It also has many effects on the health problems for both of humans and animals. It can affect the poultry, it can affect the liver health, kidney, gastrointestinal, and other health complications. Since I have like 2 minutes left, I will start directly with the results. We had 3 types of samples: mixed feed, crumble feed, and pellets. It appears that mixed feeds has 3 times higher than other feed types. And we wonders why was that when we have done already a background research that corns has moisture contents and other corn byproducts, which is the suitable environment for the fungus growth. This may also explain the results of the brands in the figure 5.2 and 5.3 as well as 5.4. Brandy has 2.8 parts per billion among all the other brands, and it mostly consists of mixed feeds as well as crumble feed. When coming to mixed feed, it has 60% of the mixed feed and 40% of the crumble feed. And the result shows that all the results are within the permissible limit according to the Food and Drug Administration. The experiment has confirmed that the preventive measures that are implemented in Sharjah are really effective, and as a recommendations, finalize our poster, reinforce feed storage standards implementation, use aflatoxin binders to reduce the aflatoxin effects to the nutritional status of the animal, educate and increase awareness among the feedstuff retailers. And finally, thank you for your listening. I will give the floor to Asma.
Thank you very much, Dawood. So everyone can go on and vote to the whatever poster they actually prefer. Would actually every one of these posters was actually chosen by the Dubai municipality, and so we would like to honor all posters. So at the end already تكريم إن شاء الله لجميع البوسترات. Yes, please do display the other posters as well. Given that the students were not able to present. Yeah, this is by the Higher College of Technology students as well.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the poster, Asma? Maybe you can just explain what they were thinking. Do you have any idea?
Zero prevalence of Q fever in sheep. This was done by Higher College of Technology students, Muhsin, along with Abdullah and Bakhit. So it just says to introduce this is about Q fever, is a bacterial infection caused by Coxella. But the thing is that interesting. So this is all about a whole research they actually did, along with the methodology, the results. I'm sure this actually took. It wasn't only a poster. I'm sure this was a whole. I think they did for a course or something, but it comes with the conclusion, the recommendation, and the acknowledgement to the Higher College of Technologies. The students were actually displeased about not being able to present with us today. So this was chosen from many posters that were submitted today. And yeah, let's see. In the conclusion, they identified the superveillance of the Q fever in the country. Interesting. So yeah, let's move on to the next poster, please. This is by Higher College of Technology as well. What about our university? Discuss the zero prevalence of toxoplasmosis in sheep. This was done by Nof, Asha, and Abdullah. Given the introduction, the results they found, and the conclusion, discussion, and acknowledgement. The prevalence they found is 5.5 and 5.8 in different species in sheep. So yeah, all 4 posters will actually be acknowledged, and they will be honored by the Dubai municipality, given the certificates. This brings us to the very end of today's event. I would very much like to invite رئيس اللجنة المنظمة السيدة فاطمة العتيبي مدير قسم الخدمات البيطرية to just conclude this event. الأستاذة فاطمة العتيبي.
Fatma's not here yet. Let's get the two students back up. We would like to give them certification for being part of this day and submitting their
Yeah, are they still here?
Yes, please bring up the students and please can you give them their certificates, Pradeep? I'll go now and you will congratulate them.
And Dawood, please. So this is a certificate of appreciation by Dubai Municipality to all students. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you. Thank you, Sheikha. Thank you, Dawood. And so presenting رئيس اللجنة المنظمة السيدة فاطمة العتيبي مدير قسم الخدمات البيطرية to conclude today's event. Hello Fatima, can you please unmute your mic?
اوكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي اغتنم هاي الفرصة في نهاية هذا اللقاء، اغتنم هذه الفرصة لأشكركم جميعا وأخص بالشكر سعادة المهندس داوود الهاجري لرعايته لهذا الحدث. أشكركم
Dr. Fatma? Dr. Fatma?
Yeah. I'm sorry about this. It looks like there is a disturbance and we cannot hear you, Fatma. Let me call actually. It's not working. We'll try this one more time. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, she is ready. Hello, Fatima. Can you hear me? Yeah, I still cannot hear you. We are still trying, and this will be the last part of today's event. Just a sec.
أوكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة، في نهاية هذا اليوم اسمحوا لنا وشع الخلل الفني اللي صار. في نهاية اليوم نغتنم هاي الفرصة لنشكر المدير العام السيد المهندس داود الهاجري وسعادة المهندس خالد شريف العوضي لقطاع البيئة، المدير التنفيذي لقطاع البيئة والصحة والسلامة، وجميع من عمل بهذا العمل لنجاح هذا الحدث الجميل، وأيضا لجميع الحضور وجميع المتحدثين. لا يخفى على الجميع أن هذا الوقت اللي هي فترة الكوفيد 19 سبحان الله كانت مثل تحدي للجميع، وخاصة نحن في المهن البيطرية كان هناك تطور كبير، وكان تطور بشكل سريع وهادف، مما يدل على أن قدرة الطبيب البيطري وجميع من يعمل بالمهن البيطرية على التكيف والتأقلم والاستمرار في دورهم كقادة لصحة الحيوان والرفاهية وأيضا والصحة العامة. في النهاية شكرا لكم جميعا، شكرا لحضوركم، ونتمنى لكم مساء سعيدا إن شاء الله، وكل عام وكل من هم في المهن البيطرية بصحة وسلامة وسعادة بإذن الله. وشكرا للجميع، شكرا للحضور، شكرا.
Hi, Dr. Asma, you have your mic switched off.
So I was just saying, and I'd like everyone to actually register their full names and their emails so that the certificates can actually get to them by emails that they actually attended today's session and today's event. أتمنى من جميع الحضور أن يحطون اسمهم الكامل وإيميلاتهم الكاملة بحيث أن فقط شهادة الحضور توصلكم لين إيميلاتكم دايركت. في as well as a feedback, everyone can actually write whatever they thought about today's event in the feedback. Yeah, once they finish with the feedback, exactly. Just take your time and fill in the feedback along with your names, your emails to get the certificate. And so for today, we've achieved so much in time, and we've gained a lot ourselves today. This event is finished, of course, but it doesn't really stop here. We will keep on going, and I hope every veterinarian, everyone that is in this field, happy Veterinary Day to you. And I'd like to thank everyone that was able to attend today, everyone that is not here, everyone that actually presented. And I'm very sure that a lot of veterinarians that are not today here have many achievements, have many works, and they've been doing great job, great work. Thank you very much. And thank you that thanks to you, we've been able to go through the COVID-19 crisis. Thank you very much to everyone. Hi, Ustad.
IFT is the national leader in animal health business. It has partnered with enormous multinationals in the animal health industry and has offered solutions that bridges rifts with the utmost enterprising products and solutions worldwide. In 1989, IFT Egypt established in broiler breeders with a leadership vision of animal health industry. The vision was importing, marketing, and technically backing up the best-in-breed poultry species. This phase allotted to IFT its ingenious orientation and exceptional rapport with end user. In 1994, IFT birthed its animal health operation, partnering with the world-leading originators to enrich the Egyptian market with the foremost refined veterinary products and solutions worldwide. In 2007, IFT adopted business units approach for the first time in Egyptian animal health business, which in return supported mutational growth in sales performance. In 2008, IFT started regional expansion by establishing a branch in Dubai, UAE, and named it IFT Animal Health. IFT's aspiration is to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East by offering innovative solutions in cooperation with its pioneer partners. Our vision: to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East, inducing a mutational improvement in veterinary practices with the uppermost advanced technologies and solutions worldwide. Fulfilling a mission to be customer and quality oriented, IFT provides integrated solutions along with factual technical support to its valuable customers. Geared with a highly qualified team who share the same core values, IFT serves both large animals as well as poultry sectors, and a refined cold chain system. Partnering with the global animal healthcare leaders, supplying the market with more than 60 of the world-leading brands including vaccines, pharmaceutical, disinfectants, and feed additives, aiming to reshape the animal healthcare standards in our region.
Growing businesses need a hosting solution that is powerful yet easy to manage. Let's look at how.
You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels.
IFT is the national leader in animal health business. It has partnered with enormous multinationals in the animal health industry and has offered solutions that bridges rifts with the utmost enterprising products and solutions worldwide. In 1989, IFT Egypt established in broiler breeders with a leadership vision of animal health industry. The vision was importing, marketing, and technically backing up the best-in-breed poultry species. This phase allotted to IFT its ingenious orientation and exceptional rapport with end user. In 1994, IFT birthed its animal health operation, partnering with the world-leading originators to enrich the Egyptian market with the foremost refined veterinary products and solutions worldwide. In 2007, IFT adopted business units approach for the first time in Egyptian animal health business, which in return supported mutational growth in sales performance. In 2008, IFT started regional expansion by establishing a branch in Dubai, UAE, and named it IFT Animal Health. IFT's aspiration is to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East by offering innovative solutions in cooperation with its pioneer partners. Our vision: to lead the animal health industry in the Middle East, inducing a mutational improvement in veterinary practices with the uppermost advanced technologies and solutions worldwide. Fulfilling a mission to be customer and quality oriented, IFT provides integrated solutions along with factual technical support to its valuable customers. Geared with a highly qualified team who share the same core values, IFT serves both large animals as well as poultry sectors, and a refined cold chain system. Partnering with the global animal healthcare leaders, supplying the market with more than 60 of the world-leading brands including vaccines, pharmaceutical, disinfectants, and feed additives, aiming to reshape the animal healthcare standards in our region.